Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air.
And he's got all kinds of running room. See you later. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Authentic Brand. Shop premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Also brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Now live, Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show.
Well, what more could you ask for in the cold, windy conditions in the Twin Cities today than the chance to perhaps win your way into a Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis? And oh, by the way, how's the best trophy in college football, Floyd of Rosedale, for an 8th consecutive year?
It's November football. We're 2-0 right now, and we're just trying to keep the tables going, making sure we focus on every game. That one game of that week's the most important. And it's easy to look ahead of the road, but obviously if you don't win this game this week, you won't have that opportunity. So that's how we've really been looking at it.
Yeah, it's Jay Higgins, who, of course, fell on that blocked punt a week ago, set up a touchdown for the Hawkeyes 4 plays later in the big win over Wisconsin. You'll need more of that today. Of course, the defense scored again last week as well and may get a shot at a young quarterback making only his 3rd start. We'll see who is under center for Minnesota a little bit later on today as the Hawks and Gophers tee it up for the 116th time from Huntington Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Hawkeye Radio Network Authentic Brand pregame show coverage of the Hawks and the Gophers. And it is cold. It is blustery, and it is exactly what Jay Higgins talked about, what you signed up for. Even Riley Moss this week talking about having fun practicing in the snow, sliding around on their bellies in it like they did when they were kids. So the Hawkeyes have embraced the playing conditions with still a lot to play for, as much as that didn't seem possible just a few short weeks ago. including that potential trip to Indianapolis. Hard to believe, but Minnesota hasn't won this game in 7 years. Iowa's won 17 of the last 21, so really dominating the series as of late, and look for another convincing win here today. Hawks arriving, of course, at the stadium on the team bus powered by the Iowa Soybean Association and fueled by biodiesel, proudly fueling the team bus. Iowa leading the nation in biodiesel production and using biodiesel, providing cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. Of course, that same team bus will be waiting at the airport to pick them up, hopefully with Floyd of Rosedale in tow a little bit later on today. Cleaner, better now. That's biodiesel. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. Coming up on today's Authentic Brand Game Day show, we will catch up with the voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin, as well as the voice of the Gophers, Iowa native, Delaware County product, the great Mike Grimm as well. Gary will chat with Herbert Hoover Foundation President and CEO Jerry Flegel as well. And, of course, we're brought to you here by the Iowa Egg Council, where we're happy to have Eggs hosting our show at the Hy-Vee Wahlburgers location, Edgewood Road and Highway 100. Saw Jamie Frank a little bit earlier today here. Come on out and have lunch with us, the great burgers. And I've got your ingredients to create the best tailgate and watch party as well, including that Iowa egg. And this is a reminder, remember those eggs, delicious and a great source of protein. Authentic Brand, your quality, comfort, and superior style of game day apparel. Authentic Brand should be your first choice, not only for game day, but every day. Find premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com or in fine retailers near you. Voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin, joins us next. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC, learn more at emcins.com.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day with premium Hawkeye apparel from Authentic Brand. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
And those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Iowa Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Well, the best trophy in college football is on the line today as Iowa and Minnesota get together for the 116th time in Minneapolis, and the live coverage continues along the Hawkeye Radio Network. The Authentic Man pregame show. Andy Peterson along with you, Gary Dolphin, the outstanding play-by-play voice for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Look forward to hearing his call of the game in a little under 2 hours. He is in the frigid tundra, the heart of the beast, if you will, today. Huntington Bank Stadium there in the Twin Cities where the wind is blowing. The temperatures may not get out of the teens today. And, Dolph, Floyd of Rosedale is several things. It was a live hog originally back in 1935, a bet between the governor of Iowa and the governor of Minnesota at the time. It's been a 93-pound bronze trophy since then for the next 88 years. And now it's actually a 14-foot-tall statue as well up near Fort Dodge, the home of Rosedale Farm, where Floyd the live pig came from. That statue is 1-0, Gary, and hopefully we go 2-0 and get it its second win today.
I had the pleasure of emceeing the ribbon-cutting ceremony a year ago up in Fort Dodge for that beautiful structure, Floyd of Rosedale, iron, cast iron, steel. Anytime you're in Fort Dodge, swing by, and it's just a few miles from where he was originally born on the Rosedale Farms. It's almost on that property. So, and Floyd, Andy's starting to show his age. He's 88 now, and he was out with the help of his walker. He was strolling the sideline, the Iowa sideline, before he hopped back up on his mount there a little while ago. He's got a cane with him in case he wants to go for a longer walk. But he's, he was shrugging his shoulders. He hasn't been up here in 8 years, so he had forgotten, frankly, how cold it can get. And he's ready to jump back on the equipment truck and ride back to Iowa City. He told Eddie and I as we were coming into the stadium today, he said, this is for the birds. He said, I want to go south, not that far south. So anyway, he plans on traveling back to Iowa City. We'll see, and if that happens, then you'll know the defense has forced a couple turnovers and the Iowa offense has turned them into scores, or maybe there's another block punt in Cooper DeJean's bag of tricks today, a pick six. Deontay Craig with the block punt last week. It's been an opportunistic Iowa defense, really unlike any we've seen in a long time, not since 1991. Have the Hawkeyes held, what was I reading, 7 or 8 opponents at 10 points or less. Maybe it's 7, and then 8 or 9 of the opponents have been held. Everybody's been held below their season average, but this Iowa defense, not only do they shut you down, they don't let you sniff the end zone very often. The Hawks have held 8 of their 10 opponents to 13 points or less. So that's why they're one of the best in the country. It's a top-notch scoring defense, but they get you in a lot of situations you don't want to be in terms of second and third and long, and hopefully we see that again today. Going to be a tough call, though. Mo Ibrahim, if he's not the best running back in the Big Ten, he's certainly right up there, one of the top 2 or 3. There's a lot of good tailbacks in this league, but Mo's rushed for 1,260 yards, 18 touchdowns, and he's missed the Purdue game because of injury. They didn't play him in the second half of the first 3 blowouts in the non-conference. So he's the real deal. Of course, we've been watching him for, 5 years now. And Tanner Morgan is not going to go. We were told he is out today at quarterback. And I think that's a big deal, especially when you're facing this particular defense that the Iowa Hawkeyes have. They're turning to a redshirt freshman, Ethan Kalikamanus. He was in there last week, played well. He's more of a running threat. And I think that's what the Gophers have in mind to beat this Iowa defense, is to get them out on the edge, throw it to the boundary line, do some jet sweeps or some toss sweeps with Ibrahim. He's very durable, even though he's come back from a torn ACL. He's come back from an Achilles injury. He is really a tough kid, and he's going to be their drink stir this afternoon, the Iowa defense. You can bet Jack Campbell's going to be spying on him all afternoon long. Yeah, what he doesn't have is the 44 more career starts that 6th-year
Tanner Morgan has as a college quarterback. So that certainly you would think would play in the Iowa defense's favor. Just to close the loop a little bit, if the Iowa defense is able to maintain that 260 yards per game average that they're giving up, that would be the lowest allowed since 1981. And if they could stay at 13.9 points, that'd be the lowest total since 2008. That's really how good this Hawkeye defense has been. And yet you referenced it as well in combination, Dolph, with the special teams, the blocked punt a week ago. Of course, Torrey Taylor sticks them on the 1 yard line. Kirk Ferentz referenced that maybe as being, in his mind, the key play this week. So going to need more special teams, special play today to get the victory as well.
They are, and you just hope that Cooper DeJean's body holds up. I mean, he's playing all over the field, punt returns, punt gunner. He's just a very special player, as you heard Kirk say earlier in the week. That punt he tracked down, ran down at the 1 yard line. Kirk thought that was the difference maker in the game, because not only did they pin Wisconsin in there and force a punt, he returned the punt, then 35-40 yards, set up an Iowa touchdown. So he is so valuable to this team, and he played every snap last week. He can play safety, he can play corner. He's the cash back due to injuries to Terry Roberts and others in that back end. He's been forced into a lot more playing minutes than they had positioned him for. But he's one of these guys, give me more. He reminds me a lot of Pat Tillman, the great defensive back, linebacker, safety for Arizona State a few years ago. Now the deceased war hero, Pat Tillman. He's got a lot of his moxie. Tim Dwight was that way. He's really a special football player, and I'm guessing we're going to see him on offense before his career's done. I just think he's he's chomping at the bit, and I think Kirk will give him a shot. But you don't want to wear the guy out either.
No, you certainly don't. I was actually going to bring that up. You beat me to it about some thought maybe he should play some receiver earlier in the year, but certainly very valuable with Arlen Bruce being unable to go a week ago in that punt return category. Look forward to hearing your call a little bit later on, Gary. As always, great to chat, and we'll be listening in.
Sounds good, Andy. Thank you. Go Hawks.
You bet. Go Hawks, outstanding voice of the Hawkeyes. Gary Dolphin with us here on the Authentic Brand pregame show from Hy-Vee Wahlburgers on Edgewood Road and Highway 100 in Cedar Rapids. And brought to you by the Iowa Egg Council, where dietary guidelines recommend eggs as an important first food for infants and toddlers, as well as for pregnant and lactating women. Eggs are one of the best sources of choline, a nutrient critical for fetal brain development. How do you like your eggs? Jamie Frank would agree. Scrambled with cheese and bacon is always the answer there. Hawkeye hydration stations in Kinnick Stadium are brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio with locations throughout the concourse. We encourage you to bring reusable water bottles and fill up with a fresh drinking water all season long. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, and Pivot Bio care about the water we share. Had the pleasure of seeing the Iowa Corn Growers and the Pivot Bio folks here this week and talk about providing that high-quality water to Hawkeye fans as a part of the day job, the big show there earlier this week. More of the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day show continues in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Merschman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Merschman introducing Starting Line, Merschman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment, now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Merschman Seeds, your friend in the field.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Premium Hawkeye gear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
criminal charge or complicated family law situation, Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa.
Get low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full-Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full-Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full-Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full-Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full-Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Here's my favorite part of the conversation this week as the Hawks have gotten ready for the Gophers, which takes place in about 90 minutes. Huntington Bank Stadium in the heart of the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Had to do Andy Peterson, by the way, in the Authentic Brand Game Day show on the Hawkeye Radio Network. It was Riley Moss talking about Mother Nature. It's going to be cold, no doubt. The wind's going to be blowing, maybe not so much on the precipitation, but they did experience that in Iowa City this week as well.
It actually, like today, it was actually really fun. You know, we were sliding around on our bellies and stuff. You know, it was, you know, as a kid, I remember always wanting to play, you know, outside at recess, you know, football in the snow. You know, they'd never let us, but, you know, it kind of takes you back to, you know, your childhood playing in the snow and you know, just kind of, you know, messing around and it's fun and, you know, you got to get your work done and stuff. But at the same time, you know, it's a little bit more enjoyable. Now when it's 13 degrees, it bites a little bit for sure. We got heated benches, which helps a lot, so that's nice. But you know, you got to get your work done. So
yeah, you certainly do, and hopefully the Hawks will be able to get their work done today. That outstanding defense against a Minnesota offense that will be led by a quarterback making his third career collegiate start. So this defense has a way of utilizing and using that lack of experience of the opposing quarterback against him. Let's hope that continues. Of course, Cooper DeJean named Big Ten Player of the Week after, as Gary mentioned, he did it all last week. The punt return, the downing of the punt at the 1-yard line, of course, the pick six as well. And he joins a couple other Hawkeyes. Drew Stevens, a semifinalist now for the Lou Groza Award. Sam Laporta, a semifinalist for the John Mackey Award as well for the best tight end in the country after he became Iowa's career leader in receptions amongst tight ends this season. So that's pretty impressive company. You think about all of the tight ends that have come through Iowa. Marv Cook, Scott Chandler played in the NFL for a long time. You may not think of him necessarily, but he was certainly one of the best as well. Tony Moeaki is another one. Noah Fant, of course. TJ Hawkinson, since they're in Minnesota, he just got traded to the Vikings and has been doing great things. And yet Sam Laporta's caught more passes at Iowa than any of the rest of them. That's a pretty neat season highlight as well. We're proud to introduce today's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Honorary Hospital Kid Captain, 7-year-old Veronica Sullivan from Marion. What seemed to be a double ear infection when Veronica was 16 months old caused the toddler to become very ill and lethargic. Tests at UI Stead Family Children's Hospital showed she had transverse myelitis, an inflammation on both sides of the spinal cord. Congratulations to Veronica Sullivan, this week's UI Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain. As an official outfitter of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Authentic Brand provides game day approved styles for every fan. Shop the premium selection of hoodies, caps, bags, and more at authentic-brand.com or at retailers near you. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, offering unique Hawkeye apparel and premium branded merch. Shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Hawks averaging 27 points during their three-game winning streak. You'd like to think that would be enough if they can do that today against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Green State Credit Union is proud to support Kirk's kids through the 2022 season. Contributions so far totaling more than $3.7 million and staff volunteering over 3,100 hours. It's another way Green State Credit Union is involved in your community. We're brought to you in part by your friends at the Iowa Egg Council, where eggs have 6 grams of high-quality protein, and a protein-packed breakfast helps sustain mental and physical energy throughout the day. How do you like your eggs? We'd invite you to entertain your clients at the Hawkeye Village for next season, powered by Kubota, and you can find more information at hawkeyesports.com. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show with the Media Roundtable coming up. Insist on the Authentic Brand label for your company's merchandise. Known for premium Hawkeye apparel, the Authentic Brand label also outfits many prominent national brands like The Big Show. Visit authentic-brand.com to get started. Rob Brooks is next, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. For unique Hawkeye apparel and premium accessories, shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome back to Huntington Bank Stadium, Minneapolis, Minnesota, as we count down to kick off Iowa and the Minnesota Golden Gophers for the 116th meeting. Pleased to be joined by Mike Grimm, voice of the Gophers. And Mike, here we are in November, and when this schedule originally came out, it was October football for Iowa and Minnesota, which I was kind of excited about. I was checking Twins tickets and everything like that. Hey, this will be a great weekend. Well, then when the schedule changed, here we are, not the last game of the regular season like it used to be, but second to the last. And I guess the fun part of today is, hey, this is a real meaningful game in November. And if you're the Hawkeyes, the tone has changed here the last month or so, but Minnesota has steadily seemed like made the climb toward this particular time of the year.
Yeah, no doubt. Actually, I think that game was going to be the Big Ten opener in September,
Right.
September
Was it
24th.
September?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which would have been much better weather-wise. I feel for you. You're going to be out today once you leave the radio booth.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, I'll think about you for sure. And I got to be honest, at that time, I suppose looking back, the Gophers would have preferred to play the Hawkeyes at that particular juncture, right? The way things were maybe trending. And you're right, as it always seems to go, if Iowa takes a dip, it just steady as she goes, everyone's panicking except the people that matter, and all of a sudden you win 3 in a row, and assuming that Michigan is doing what it's supposed to do today, the Hawkeyes control their own destiny here in this thing. Gophers need some help, but obviously they're a slight favorite in this one, and if they can win, they keep their hopes alive to get to Indianapolis for the first time. And it's interesting how the path of these two teams have been similar. Both, lost 3 in a row, and now both have won 3 in a row. And here they are in November playing some meaningful football.
Quarterback situation today.
Well, I think it's going to be the freshman Ethan Kaliakmanis again, and it's kind of a trade-off. You've got obviously Tanner Morgan with experience. He started 46 games. At one point, it was 45 straight games that he had started, for Minnesota. Kaliakmanis, they broke that string when Tanner Morgan got a concussion. And missed the Penn State game. He suffered that concussion in the Illinois loss. And how about throwing a redshirt freshman into that spot? It was the whiteout primetime national ABC game, 100 and whatever, 2,000 they sit in that thing. They were ready to go because, they had not had that primetime game yet that year at Penn State. So, and you've been out there, the RVs or acres of I thought it was a NASCAR race when I first showed up, But
you don't forget it.
You don't forget it. And so he and you look at the final and you're like, oh, that was a blowout. But it was a 17-10 game at half. Couple of mistakes in the third quarter, and then the fourth quarter, the wheels kind of came off. And it wasn't just I don't think it was a talent situation. I mean, clearly, I think Penn State has a more talented roster, but. One thing about this PJ Fleck team over the course of his years here is they have been disciplined. They're one of the least penalized teams in the country. They usually, it's a little like Iowa. They're lined up in the right spot all the time. You don't see those mistakes. And the wheels came off in that fourth quarter. Wrong alignments. They left a receiver all alone. No one covered him for 35 yards, touchdown. 7 false starts in that crowd. So it was just one of those weird nights. Redshirt freshman gets thrown into that. So that's a long answer to he got thrown into that. The stats weren't great. He had 2 long completions in that game. Then he led this team to 20 points in a come-from-behind win 2 weeks ago in Lincoln. That was 10-0 at half. Kaliakmanis came in. Morgan got injured on the final play of the first half. 20-point half and looked really good. And then Northwestern watched the film, and they did a few things last week. So we'll see what the young kid has. He has a strong arm. He can run a little bit better than Morgan, but he's making career start number 3 in what Morgan would be career start number 48 or something.
Against a real powerful defense. And, Mike, do you kind of see this game as both teams like to run the ball? Of course, you got an All-American candidate at running back, but does it come down to just like Iowa likes to play with special teams, and then who has the better defense out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think both these defenses are really good. You look, Minnesota's allowed 3 points in the last 8 quarters on this field. They beat Rutgers 3 weeks ago 31-0. They beat Northwestern last week 31-0, and they just suffocated the game away. It could have been a bigger margin, but the defense has been really good on this field. In fact, the starting defense, because those early touchdowns they gave up in non-conference, that the starters were out by that time, they've only given up 23 points on this field, the starters. So this defense has been good, and the Iowa offense at times has struggled, and on the flip side, the Minnesota offense has struggled at times, and we know about the Hawkeye defense. So I agree. I mean, here's what I think it could come down. Here locally, the storyline, because up here you only see highlights. And every highlight is a Hawkeye defensive player scoring a touchdown or blocking a punt on special teams or whatever. And so the big lineup here has been can't make a mistake. And I'm like, look, that might play right into what Iowa wants. They want you to play risk adverse, because then they're only defending 15 yards of the field and they can do what they want. They don't have to bring in extra DBs. They don't have to blitz all the time. And so we'll see what the Minnesota offense does today. I think this thing could come down to somebody just pops a run. All of a sudden it's like the running back went 80 yards at Purdue, right? It could be something like that for you guys. I'm talking about for Minnesota, for Iowa,
or a long pass play,
or a defensive touchdown or a block punt. But it's probably going to be like this is a 3:00 kickoff. We could be out of here by 5:50, right? It'd be like 100 handoffs.
Thought about that.
Yeah, exactly. So and I know a lot's been made. I think I'm not a betting man because I have no money, but I think the over-under is 32 or something. And I think I'd lean, if I did lay my hard-earned money on it, to the under. I really would.
Wouldn't surprise you, would it? Mike, have a great call. As always, great to see you up here in the Twin Cities, and appreciate your time.
Yeah, always good to see you, Rob. Thanks so much, and looking forward to this one. It's always my favorite one of the year.
Certainly always fun. Agriculture is Iowa's economic MVP, scoring $121.1 billion a year for our economy and creating 1 out of every 5 jobs. Support America's farmers. Learn more at americaneedsfarmers.org. Hawk fans, cheer on those Mershman Seeds. Quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during today's game. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Insist on apparel and accessories with the Authentic brand label for your company's next merchandise project. Ask for it by name or visit authentic-brand.com to get connected to an authorized partner near you. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day in Authentic Brand apparel. Shop premium branded merch and Hawkeye gear. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hawk fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to Minneapolis and Huntington Bank Stadium. I'm Gary Dolphin. Ed Podolak will be joining us in just a little bit. Iowa, Minnesota, the battle for Floyd, the Bronze Pig. The Hawks have won 7 straight and 17 of the last 21 meetings with Minnesota. In fact, the last time Floyd of Rosedale hasn't resided in Iowa City for the winter came in 2014. Following a 51-14 woodshed beating that the Golden Gophers laid on the Hawkeyes. But for the most part of the last decade, it's been all Iowa. There are only 15 presidential libraries and museums across the land. Iowa's lone chief executive, Herbert Hoover, was born in West Branch, a 6-mile drive from Iowa City and the Iowa campus, where Herbert's mother, Huldah, was a student back in the 1870s. In 1928, University of Iowa President Walter Jessup hosted Hoover on a campaign stop. In the early 1960s, President Virgil Hancher served on the forming committee that created the lasting legacy to the 31st president. The Hoover Presidential Library and Museum opened in 1962 on Hoover's 88th birthday. The compound is in need of its first major makeover and technological upgrade. Presidential libraries and museums are typically repurposed every 10 to 15 years. The Hoover Library and Museum in West Branch sits on 186 acres, half of which is prairie grass, and is the burial site for Herbert and Lou Hoover. It was rededicated in 1992 after a $6.5 million makeover. That's about to change, with the help of the former president's great-grandchildren and the Hoover Presidential Foundation. Its president and chair is Jerry Flegel.
In essence, what we're looking at doing is completely gutting and renovating the museum portion of the Presidential Library and Museum there in West Branch. We're going to put on just a small addition on the front, but we have hired BRC Imagination Arts, which is one of the preeminent concept design firms that does museums on there. And what we really liked about BRC Imagination Arts is they tell a great story. And Hoover has got a terrific story. Most people don't realize all the ups and downs in his life. And the BRC does a great job at telling it.
How long is the campaign scheduled for? How long has it been running? How you doing?
Well, the campaign is doing pretty well. We started in our quiet phase back in early 2021 on there, and we'll see it through to completion. We're hopeful that we can wrap it up in 2023 at some time, by the end of 2023. Our goal is $20 million on there, and we were very fortunate. We received just a few weeks ago a $5 million Destination Iowa grant paid for with federal ARPA money from the state of Iowa. So we're pleased with that. That really kind of shortens our window from 20 to 15 is what I call it. So we'll keep pressing onward on there.
Now, he grew up in West Branch. That's, 10 miles from the University of Iowa campus. You never hear about Hoover and the Hawks in the same sense. He had to have a Hawkeye connection somewhere.
Well, his family did. Ironically, his mother, Huldah, was actually a university student back in the 1870s on there. So on that. And of course, Hoover had a connection too with Iowa. You know, the University of Iowa was very supportive of President Hoover on there. In fact, you go through President Jessup, welcomed him on the 1928 when a campaign stop when Hoover was swinging through Iowa and did the West Branch and Iowa City, so forth like that. In fact, one of the accounts on it is he came in the east entrance and went out the west entrance overlooking, you know, the river, and of course he didn't see all the buildings on the west side probably at that time. And then also President Virgil Hancher with the University of Iowa was instrumental, and he was kind of on that formation group that helped form the Presidential Library in West Branch originally. West Branch has a Christmas past weekend, the first weekend in December. It's old-fashioned holidays. One of the things that the Hoover Library was always known for before was having a Christmas tree exhibit. And space-wise, they got a little cramped a couple years ago. We brought it back last year. Actually, we run it in our foundation building that we were able to purchase right on Main Street. So we have about 24 Christmas trees, started the Festival of Trees, and we're right in the midst of planning and doing that right now.
Step back in time, December 2nd and 3rd with Christmas Past in West Branch with the Festival of Trees, and tour the Hoover Presidential Library and Museum. There's a detailed website listing all of the activities from horse-drawn wagon and carriage rides to bake sales, soup supper and craft sales to photos with Santa for the kids. You might even catch a glimpse of former Hawkeye greats and West Branch natives Marv Cook, Dave Rummels, maybe even Sean McCarty. Hey, Ed Podolak joins me next for the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed.
proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
All on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. Iowa and Minnesota coming up for Floyd of Rosedale. Let's check the U.S. Bank Scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, right now in the fourth quarter, there are a bunch of upsets brewing, but number 3 Michigan trails Illinois right now 17-13. It's Nebraska leading Wisconsin 14-9. Purdue just kicked a field goal. They're up 17-9 on Northwestern. And Michigan State and Indiana. Michigan State had a big lead in this game. Now we're tied at 31. Later, number 2 Ohio State visits Maryland. Number 11 Penn State at Rutgers. In the top 25, an upset at number 20 University of Central Florida loses to Navy today 17-14. In the fourth quarter, TCU is trailing Baylor 28-20. Number 4 in trouble. Number 8 Alabama up 34-0 on Austin Peay. Florida State 49-3 over Louisiana. Number 15 Kansas State up 21-13 on West Virginia. And Oregon State an early 7-0 lead over Arizona State. Hawkeyes and Golden Gophers coming up. This is Iowa Hawkeyes Sports Network from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
At the Machine Shed, it's all about making things from scratch. From our fresh baked breads to serving real mashed potatoes. We source a variety of products from our community like locally grown sweet corn and garden fresh vegetables. A true dedication to the American farmer. We bake our own pies and our world famous cinnamon rolls every morning. And you have to try our signature dessert, the apple dumpling. The Machine Shed doesn't do things the easy way, only the right way.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes, thank you.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
November is the month of the pig on the Chinese calendar. With a temperature of 16 degrees with a real feel of -3, that old porker Floyd of Rosedale is wearing the wool sweater. He's got his long johns on, all underneath a heavy winter coat for this, the 88th meeting for the right to display that 15.5-inch high, 21-inch long bronze statue of the prized hog for the next year in somebody's trophy case, either Iowa or Minnesota. Overall, the Hawks and the Gophers will meet for the 116th time on the gridiron. Good afternoon, everybody. Gary Dolphin alongside former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. Pody has lived this series, and we'll get his thoughts here in just a minute. We haven't seen all of the previous 115 collisions between these two border rivals. You'd be hard-pressed to find many with a below-zero wind chill, however. What are the mental and physical challenges, I asked Iowa coach Kirk Ferentz. He's got some thoughts on protecting the pigskin today.
Yeah, it's a heavy ball out there, heavy when you're fielding punts, kicks, and kicking it, throwing it. So a little bit of difference there, and I think it just, kind of it's like anything. First of all, we're on the road, and then expecting a hostile environment, and then to add on the weather, it just really gets down to keeping your focus where it needs to be, and not getting preoccupied with it. It's going to be cold on both sides of the field, so that part, is what it is. But, we just have to make sure we're really focused on the things that are important. And, that's competing, doing a great job ball security-wise. And if we get a chance to knock it out on their side, my guess is turnover is going to be really big in this game. And, so it's just another level of focus and concentration.
At Potomac County College in the NFL, you played about 15 years, many of those on cold Sunday afternoons. Maybe not this cold, but a couple that were pretty close. And you lived this series in Iowa City and up here in Minneapolis at Old Memorial Stadium. Now, oftentimes this game was played in mid to late October, or sometimes even in September. So that's part of the reason why these two teams have not met that often when it's been this chilly. But we've been through games like this at night and late afternoon. What's your secret to taking care of that football?
Well, it's going to hurt when you get hit. Now, a lot of these players today wear gloves. We didn't wear gloves back then, and sometimes when you were carrying the football and you had your hand holding on to it and somebody hit you going full speed with their helmet, you'd look at your hand and go, I expect to see a whole bunch of bones sticking out of it, but that shows how tough the human body is. And now, the Blutos love this. They growl and fight each other.
Grunt.
Yeah, you grunt like a hog. And but we, as a guy carrying the ball, catching the ball, throwing the ball, and with this wind today too, you're going to have to, as Coach said, really concentrate. You just can't let your guard down.
Minnesota features the great running back Mo Ibrahim. He's rushed for over 1,250 yards, 18 touchdowns. He'll be the focal point of that Iowa defense.
Well, for sure. And, he's carried the ball over 30 times in a number of games this year, which is a lot of carries to get here into 11 games in the season. So he's got to be hurting a little bit. He's got to be beat up a little bit. So we just got to get to him and put a hat on him.
I was reading an interesting stat from Pro Football Focus this week. They grade every upperclassman in college football. Spencer Petras, when he's under pressure, he completes 36% of his passes. He's thrown four interceptions to 1 touchdown. When he's comfortable, when he has a clean pocket, he completes 65% of his passes, 4 touchdowns to 1 interception. I don't want to overstate the obvious, but for Spencer, if he can look down the field, take 1,001 count and find the guy, he's been so effective in this 3-game win streak.
Well, yeah, and as the offensive line has gotten better at protecting him, he's gotten better at completing passes. Early on, it just wasn't going to happen because of the pressure he was getting in his face, and he can't really escape out of the pocket like some quarterbacks can. He's not Mahomes, let's put it that way. So he does need a clean pocket.
Minnesota starting not a brand new quarterback, but the backup to Tanner Morgan, who can't play today due to injury. We thought that might be the case, but this youngster, Ethan Kalikamanis, has really performed well. He's performed admirably for P.J. Fleck.
Yeah, I talked to some local fans over the last day, and some of them think that he's a better quarterback than the 6-year player Morgan, but that won't make any difference today because that's who we're going to see.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We're in Minneapolis for Iowa, Minnesota in the battle for Floyd of Rosedale. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Time for today's Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment, sponsored by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. We go back to 2004, November 13th. They played in November that year. In 2004 did the Hawkeyes and the Gophers, and what a game. Highlights coming up from Sean Considine, Clinton Solomon, a touchdown. Schlicker had a big day kicking, and Minnesota's missed field goal to end the game. Iowa won at 29-27. Let's step back in time.
Straight back to passes Cupido. Hawks trying to get some pressure on him. He's got time. Throws in. Picked off. Considine has the interception. And he's down at the Minnesota 45. And the defense has the first turnover of the day.
Has Sean Considine really come along? He reads those quarterback eyes so great.
Here comes a blitz. They hit Solomon with a quick slant. He's got a blocker out in front of him. 30, 25, 20, 15. He's going to go to the end zone. Touchdown, Iowa. Kyle's been perfect on the day. 4 for 4, but nowhere near this distance until now. Here's the snap. The kick is on the way. It's certainly long enough. It is good. Inside the left upright. Kyle Schlicker batting 1,000, 5 for 5 on the day.
Here we go from the 41. It's a little bit of a high snap. The kick is long enough, and it is no good. Wide left. The high snap from center. Cupido reached back over his right shoulder. Lloyd had already started his commit. He got the ball down, but Cupido hooked it wide left. Iowa will win the football game as Drew Tate takes the knee. Final score, Iowa 29. The Gophers 27.
It's called finding a way to win, Gary. Finding a way to win.
And the Hawks did almost 20 years ago, 29-27. Reese Lloyd's 51-yard field goal just drifted to the left with 28 seconds to go in the game. Iowa had no turnovers in that game and forced 4 mistakes by the Gophers and did just enough to keep Floyd of Rosedale. How we would take that again. And how about Kyle Schlicker? Schlicker, the kicker, with 5 field goals that day. You love guys on special teams like that.
Well, you know, he was ahead of his time. Whoever thought he would kick 5 field goals in a game, but you know, it's sometimes that's the only way you're going to score.
Drew Tate, 24 of 39 for 333 yards and 2 long touchdowns. The Hawks improved to 8-2 that day, 6-1 in the Big Ten. Clinton Solomon caught 9 of Tate's passes for 157 yards and a score. Great memories on the Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf. We've got Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta on deck in just a minute. We're back in his hometown, the Twin Cities, the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series. We'll talk about that in a minute, too. It's all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawks work hard all year long to get ready for the season, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. And that's a win for all Iowans. More Hawk Talk from Minneapolis in just a minute. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, Gary Dauphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Hey,
Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
We're back in Minneapolis, Gary Barta's hometown for Iowa, Minnesota. Floyd of Rosedale on the line again. The Hawks under Kirk Ferentz are 17-6 against Minnesota. Gary Barta, some teams you have their number, and hopefully we continue that today.
Well, it's been a good run, and we've been to some cold games in this stadium, and this time of year, that's what you have to expect. I feel like the last 3 weeks, it's been a broken record. You know, the wind is going to play a factor. It's cold, so don't turn the ball over and, take full opportunity.
This week, you and Jamie Pollard got together, or at least the announcement of the extension of the Iowa State, Iowa Corn Cyhawk series through at least, 26, 27?
Yeah, 4 years in total, and that's kind of been our routine. We don't want to go further than that because with all the change in college athletics, who knows? But, Kirk and I have both said as long as we're here, it's our intent to continue to play, and I think Jamie feels the same way.
The dates will continue to be mid-September somewhere?
Yeah, generally the second weekend in September, unless something came up in either of our schedules that necessitated a change, but generally we'll keep it in that same zone.
Good to hear. What's not good to hear, what's tragic, is what happened on the campuses at the University of Virginia and near the Idaho campus this past week. All the loss of life of young people. It's the times we live in, but I thought Fran McCaffrey was spot on the other night. We were talking about it out at Seton Hall. It sure brings into focus the need for mental health services, and Iowa's ahead of the curve there.
Well, I don't know if we're ahead of the curve, but we have 5 full-time and then some other consultants that help us because obviously we want to help our students any way I can. But your heart goes out to those families, and needless killing is what it just sounds like it was, and just what those families are going through. And then I'm grateful, or at least from afar admire the fact that they decided the football game was less important than honoring the lives of these men who were killed.
Your old former school, Northern Iowa, was on the Virginia campus going to play basketball last Monday night, and they did the right thing in canceling that. And so it's great to see that Coach Jacobson and the Panthers got home safe and sound. But our thoughts and prayers and sympathies to the families who grieve their losses, both in Moscow, Idaho, and Charlottesville, 2 beautiful parts of this country. Basketball's off and running. Wrestling is on an East Coast swing, or out east. They didn't get trapped in Buffalo or Syracuse.
No, I think everything's going okay, both on the mat as well as in their travel. And then the men had a nice win at Seton Hall. The women, took one on the chin against Kansas State. I do know that our team is terrific, and Lisa will get them ready. We play again tomorrow afternoon, so we'll be ready to go. But it's fun to get the winter season up and running.
Jim Barnes, I thought, has done a phenomenal job in his first year of building the Iowa women's volleyball program. A lot of close matches, not a lot of victories, but Jim knew what he was getting into, and I say give him time.
Yeah, it's the toughest conference in America in volleyball, and which is the case in a lot of our sports in the Big Ten. But Jim has proven himself. He won championships at Baylor and Tulane, and he'll get us back to where we want to be.
I don't want you to tip your hand. Ed and I were talking before you arrived in here. Of course, a lot riding on today's game for a lot of reasons, most notably a West Division championship. But you've been talking to the Bull Scouts. I'm sure there's a lot of interest in Iowa.
There always is, thanks to our fans. I mean, It comes down to Kirk and his staff run such a first-class organization. The players are incredibly well received in the communities, and then our fans, wherever we go, support us. And so it's been fun to every year I get a chance to talk to those Bull reps, and in any kind of negotiation, you want to feel like you have the upper hand, and because of our fans and our success, I feel like Iowa always has the upper hand in bowl conversations.
Well, we know this. Wherever the Hawks go, it's going to be a little warmer.
I noticed you guys don't have the windows open today.
No, well, not yet.
I'm going to go down in my shirt sleeves and cheer the team on from the field.
We are senior citizens technically. We should have the right to leave the doggone window. But we'll have crowd noise.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gary. Good to
see you guys.
Enjoy that trip down to the sideline.
Absolutely.
All right? This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When it comes to selecting your seed corn partner, you've got a choice to make. At Whiffles Hybrids, we've made a choice too. A choice to remain independent, a choice to remain farm family owned, a choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence. Plant Whiffles. Oh, coming up next, we'll hear from Minnesota head football coach P.J. Fleck. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Ah, just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to frigid Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're at Huntington Bank Stadium, where the Hawkeyes and the Gophers are going to get after each other shortly. Senex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Senex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. P.J. Fleck is in his 6th year as the head man of the Gophers, his 10th overall as a head coach. Of course, he built that powerhouse program at Western Michigan prior to coming to the Twin Cities. He is 0-5 against the Hawkeyes. Fleck says he knows, and his players know, that Iowa's won 7 straight in the battle for Floyd of Rosedale, but they won't let that impact them.
This is a completely different team than it was last year. Our team, their team. You've got to see what's on film, what challenges are presented by their personnel and this year's football team. Doesn't mean that what worked 4 years ago or didn't work 4 years ago won't work this year. You got to stay focused on that one-game championship season, and that's what we're doing.
First played in 1935, the all-time series record for Floyd of Rosedale couldn't be much closer. The Hawkeyes hold a slight lead at 43, 42, and 2. PJ Fleck says this is a big game. It always is for both teams.
Our players know how important this game is. Iowa's players know how important this game is. I mean, that's a rivalry. That's what it's all about. I mean, you don't have to tell them at all about what this means to our program, what this means to our state. And this is why you come to the University of Minnesota playing games like this. And they have an opportunity to do that on Saturday. And I don't think we need to tell them how important that is. I don't think Kirk needs to tell his team how important that is either. Not to speak for him, but we know how important that is because it's the next game and it's a rivalry game.
Fleck wants his team to be better at converting on big play opportunities out of routine plays.
The routine plays have to be made, right, from every position. And if we're able to make them, it's a different game. Now, we won, 31-3. Okay, so this isn't like, we only scored 5 points, But when you look at how much more we can do just routinely, that's what we got to get out of our guys.
Fleck loves these types of border state battles.
This is why you play at Minnesota. This is why you go to Illinois. This is why you go to Wisconsin. This is why you go in the Big Ten. This is why you have those rivalry games. Fox, 3 p.m. I mean, this is what it's all about. And two teams have really kind of, I think, gotten better as the season's gone on. The defensive part of that is, I'm sure it will be on display somehow, some way.
How hard will it be for each offense to move the football, either on the ground or through the air? They're facing two of the top 20 ranked defenses in college football. Fleck is very impressed with Iowa's.
I have a ton of respect for Iowa and what they've continued to do and their personality and what they've done defensively. It's impressive. I don't know if I've seen that in college football where the defense creates the majority of the points throughout the year. Sometimes it's like maybe one year you have that and it's a special year. They seem to do it every year. They never beat themselves. They're in the right place, right time, all the time. And it's a credit to what they do and what they've done for a long time. You know where they're going to be. You know what they're going to run. They just do it better than everybody else. They're very smart. They're intelligent. They're tough. They fly around. They tackle well. They've got great instincts and vision on the ball. They're always around the ball. Everybody's got great hands. So when they don't miss an opportunity because somebody drops an interception, they play for Iowa. They're really tough.
It's senior day at Minnesota. 15 Gophers are playing in their final home game.
Senior day is one of the most emotional times, minutes, right, before a game that you have. You go through this series of emotions even before you go through an emotional game. So there's so many people who have done so much for this program. I can't tell you how much they mean to this program, and I've told them this too. I said the great thing about it is you've created enormous expectations here and aspirations within the program. You've done things that teams haven't done in over 100 years. I can go on and on. Sometimes never. I think they've changed some of the thoughts, beliefs, and of people of what Gopher football can become and what we can get it to.
It's the swan song for stars like Mo Ibrahim, all-time winningest quarterback at Minnesota, Tanner Morgan, John Michael Schmitz, and that outstanding linebacker, Mariano Sori-Marin. Minnesota, Iowa, coming up shortly. Thanks to PJ Fleck for his comments on today's preview of the Hawks and the Gophers. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. The Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you next visit Hawkeye Country. Stay where Pody and Dolph stay at Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Update is right around the corner. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle and Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
US Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what US Bank is for. US Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Iowa Hawkeyes are officially bowl eligible. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited is proud to be the official bowl game travel partner for the University of Iowa, with upcoming travel information available soon. Enter your email now at hawkeyesports.com/bowl central and be the first to receive information when the bowl game is announced. Various options will be available, so make sure you get on the list to find out. hawkeyesports.com/bowl central. Go Hawks!
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Playing games with your bills?
Duck. Goose.
Quit the runaround and consolidate them into one low monthly payment with a home equity line of credit from Community Choice. Now with a special introductory rate of just 0.99% APR for your first 6 months. Plus no closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds by going to unbankwithus.com. Low rate HELOCs with no closing costs from Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval analysis. See credit union for details.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Welcome to the Iowa sideline at Huntington Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm Rob Brooks, and it's time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. We've got Dr. Andy Peterson filling in for Brian Wolf. And let's go twofold here, Andy, and talk a little bit about concussions. Obviously, you keep your keep tabs on that on a constant basis. Anything really new this year? The protocol is still the same?
Yeah, protocol is mostly the same. We had to make some minor changes related to the Arrington settlement that a lot of people know about, so it's changed some of the legal landscape around concussion, but what we're doing clinically for people really hasn't changed much over the last few years. It is going to be an interesting year, though, because the International Consensus Group is meeting again, and there's going to be new guidelines for concussion management this year. They'll probably include more emphasis on using exercises, rehab, and probably less emphasis on some of the testing that we do.
Well, obviously, it's cold down here, about 15 degrees, the coldest game of the year so far. As far as cold-related injuries.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people think about more severe types of cold injuries, things like frostbite and hypothermia and things like that. We're pretty unlikely to run into something like that on a football field. But when it's cold out, it is tougher on the muscles. They are a little less elastic. Muscle injuries are a little more common. And so we got to make sure our guys are really warmed up and that they're feeling good by the time they get on the field. All right, let's do this today. Thank you.
Dr. Andy Peterson on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. And for the Hawkeyes, Terry Roberts still out, hasn't played since the Illinois game, the outstanding Iowa cornerback. Same with Keegan Johnson, not available today. And for Arlen Bruce, expected to be back. Of course, did not play last week, got hurt at Purdue a couple of weeks ago. Did make it back to practice and should be available here this afternoon. Jack Plum, the right tackle for the Hawkeyes, limped off late in the game last week, but expected to get the start. Doesn't look like Bo Stevens is going to be able to go. Remember, he was injured last week, so expect Nick DeYoung to get the start at right guard. It's now time for the Fields Condition Report, brought to you by your Iowa Kubota dealers like Cove Equipment in Moscow. Well, this is Huntington Bank Stadium, formerly known, of course, as TCF Bank. and opened back in 2009. The Minnesota Vikings, you might remember, used this stadium in 2014 and 2015 while U.S. Bank Stadium was under construction. Some of the changes, and they were much needed, a new playing surface, field turf revolution, and also that was with heating coils, which will certainly come in handy today. The field was dragged just like a baseball infield at noon before today's game, so all ready to go. The big M in center of the field, and both end zones painted in maroon with gold Minnesota, both at the north and the south end zones. That's the field conditions update, and it's time to save on the versatile Kubota M7 tractor, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Get the Kubota M7 tractor for 0 down, 0% APR for 60 months, plus $8,000 in loyalty cash reward now through December 31st. See your local dealer or go to KubotaUSA.com. To experience the power of Kubota, visit Capital City Kubota in Des Moines. Up next, Gary Dolphin chats with Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ferentz. This is the Wiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak back at Huntington Bank Stadium on the campus of the University of Minnesota, where shortly the battle for Floyd of Rosedale resumes for another year, Iowa, Minnesota. You know, the offensive mindset of the Iowa defense was on display again a week ago Against Wisconsin, defensive back Cooper DeJean had a 32-yard interception return for a touchdown. The 4th defensive score of the season, DeJean's 4th pick and his 2nd trip to the end zone. Throw in a couple of safeties, and the Iowa defense has scored 28 points this season. That's 2nd most nationally. The defense is a reflection of its leader, middle linebacker Jack Campbell, who reached 100 tackles for a 2nd consecutive season against the Badgers. He led the nation with 143 stops a year ago and is the first Iowa player since Josie Jewell to have 100 or more tackles in consecutive seasons. There's no middle ground with this middle linebacker. The All-American goes all out on every snap. No surprise to Kirk Ferentz.
First of all, just, tremendous linebacker. He gets to the ball and just, part of that's just who he is, but a part of it, too, is his study. He prepares and really studies. He and Seth are really pretty good pair that way. And, so can't say enough about him there. But, the bigger picture is he's just such a strong leader on our football team and so respected. And a big part of that is how he works. And then the other part is just the kind of person he is. He's a really humble team-first type guy. And, when you got a player of his magnitude that has that kind of attitude, it's really a powerful thing.
I'm often asked about what makes this Iowa defense so special. Everybody seems to follow Jack's lead.
They really do. And, he's a great leader. Seth Benson's a great leader. And then I think, it's kind of, I think a really important thing, too, is that we've got at every level. So you go in the back end there, you've got Kayvon, who's so highly respected, and a leader, too, who's been a captain each and every week. And then up front, you got Noah Shannon, John Wagner, Joe Evans. So we got seniors at every position that really know how to do things. And consequently, the rest of the guys in the group really benefit from that.
Kirk, Spencer Petras will surpass 5,000 career passing yards today, and that'll put him in the top 10 at the university. It not only puts him with some pretty elite company, but it sure tells all of us that he's persevered.
Yeah, you'd never know it, and I hope, first of all, I hope he does pass that mark. We're not taking anything for granted today, but hopefully he does pass that. And it's been a really interesting road for him. He's I think, been much maligned, but that's, it's part of sports right now, especially in this day and age. But, I tend to look at the bigger picture and think about, us losing our first 2 in his first 2 starts. Coming back, he led us to 6 straight wins. The next year we won 10 games with him playing most of the quarterback snaps. And I think he's done a great job this year. And it's been challenging at times just because of the supporting cast, and that's not to throw stones or anything like that, but it's a reality. And he's just been consistently positive, consistently tough mentally, and works hard, prepares, and I think he's done a lot of good things for us. And, hopefully at some point everybody will have a chance to step back and realize, this guy's done a lot of positive things too.
Cooper DeJean is the Rose Bowl's Big Ten Player of the Week. I've been calling him Jack Armstrong, the All-American boy, because he is so diverse. There isn't much he can't do on the field. You talk about an all-around performer.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head. It's just, it's amazing how he does so many things, and it looks like, it's with apparent ease. It's a little trickier than that, but, where you ask him to go back there and be the punt returner, which, now we lose the best guy to defend our gunners, their gunners. He could play any of the defensive back positions on our defense, including nickel, and, so he's just got a knack, and I think he can play offensively. There's I know he could. So it's just a really good story, and it's funny if you think back a year ago. He was a good guy that was up and coming. I think he played in 5 games last year. Looked like a good prospect, but that's what he was. And a year later, you can make a really good argument for him being an all-conference player, I think, in a couple spots. So it's just really, it's been really impressive what he does. And stumbled into this one, this Jeremy Pinion guy in the Houston Astros. Dusty Baker mentioned after the World Series that, this guy was on the taxi squad a year ago. Then he's the MVP in the Championship Series as well as the World Series as a first-year player. So, you might be able to draw a parallel there to Cooper as well.
A good example, a good parallel indeed. Speaking of impressive, Mo Ibrahim, you've watched him run up and down the hash marks for a couple years now, and 1,200 yards this year, 18 touchdowns. He's about as durable as it gets. He's played through some really bad injuries, and he keeps coming back for more. That tells you all you need to know about his character. It
really does. We talked about Jack Campbell, and I'm sure that's how they feel about him as well. He's just an amazing football player. Got injured last year, first game of the season, and had an ACL repair and missed the entire year. But boy, he comes back and he looks like he's better than ever right now. So it's a real credit to this guy. And I've never met him, but boy, you just watch him play. There's some guys you just really watch him play and just have great respect for him. And He's tough. He can run inside, runs well outside, blocks, whatever they need him to do, he does. And my guess is if they asked him to carry it 50 times, which they may tonight or today, it wouldn't surprise me, and he'd probably do it very willingly.
So many top 10 nationally ranked defenses in the Big Ten. I can't remember a year where you had this juggernaut or this gauntlet lineup week after week. What makes Minnesota so special?
Yeah, so we just talked about Abraham. I'd say the same thing about running backs in our conference right now. I mean, it seems like every week you're facing somebody who's really good. And, conversely on defense, you look around our league, it's rare when you see somebody not playing good defense, and I think it's just kind of a philosophy thing. A lot of excellent coaches in the conference, and as it pertains to Minnesota, if you look at, 19 was their most successful year, I think, historically, and throw the COVID year out, but 19 and 21, they've been nationally ranked on defense, and I would describe them the way people describe our defense a lot. You kind of know where they're going to be, and the one thing they do, boy, they challenge you to, you have to try to outplay them and out-technique them, and that's not easy. They're really sound. They know their adjustments. They know what they're doing. All 11 guys are on the same page, and they play with really, they're a physical group, play with great intensity, and you have to tip your hat. They've done a great job, and it's scoring defense, and part of that, their offense does a good job keeping them off the field too, limits the amount of snaps they've got to play. But when they're out there, they're tough to move the ball on and tough to score on.
Both defenses are stingy indeed, allowing but 13 points a game, very few yards on the ground. Which quarterback can move his team down the field through the air more consistently and, of course, protect the football will determine this winner this afternoon. Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield, we're your shelter. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Wiffles, you're not just choosing a superior seed corn. You're making a statement, one that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So make your choice. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Ed Podolak is next with his Club Car Wash Keys to the Game. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Mid-American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor Windows and Doors. including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
It's a cold day in the upper Midwest. It's senior day here in Gopherland at Huntington Bank Stadium, where the Minnesota Golden Gophers are honoring 15 seniors, including several that have really helped lay the foundation for PJ Fleck's program here. Let's get some of the insight to the game itself, Iowa and Minnesota, with Ed Podolak, as he's played for that pig, that Floyd of Rosedale trophy. Ed's keys to the game are brought to you by the official car wash of the Hawks, Club Car Wash. With unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month, there's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. What do you got at the top of your pecking order there, buddy boy?
Well, I think if you look at Minnesota and what they like to do in offense is they like to get it into third and short. They'll run the ball 2 times in a row to try to get into 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 3. And I think we need to keep them out of that position. We've got to stop them on 1st down. Abraham is obviously one of the best backs that have ever played in the Big Ten. And so you've got to make sure that you limit him. Of course, he's averaging 5.8 yards a rush, but we've had a couple of guys in the last few weeks that averaged almost 6 yards a rush, and we shut them down. So that's obviously the key is to stop their running game. They have great big offensive linemen, as everybody does now, but they just like to give him the ball 30 or 35 times in a game. So at this late in the season, you'd think that he might be beat up just a little bit, but I guess we'll find out on this cold day here in Minnesota. And so it's our defense against that running game was going to be big here today. The wind is really howling. The passing game is going to suffer because of that. Both teams are going to have trouble throwing the ball down the field. If you look at the stadium, it's swirling around. The wind is. The streamers on one end of the field are going the opposite direction of the streamers on the other end. So it's a grind it out kind of day. Saturday afternoon in November in Minneapolis, and one of those is enough. And so we'll see how much fun we can have today.
The elements have affected other Big Ten games going on, especially in the upper Midwest, and we'll get a scoreboard update in just a minute from John Swisher. For now, those are Ed Podolak's keys to the game, courtesy of Club Car Wash. Unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location down the street from you. Swish, U.S. Bank brings us all of our scoreboard updates. Big games in Ann Arbor and elsewhere where the Hawkeyes are concerned.
Absolutely, Dolph. Michigan just wrapping it up, coming back and taking down the Illini 19-17. Wisconsin gets past Nebraska 15-14, and Purdue holds off Northwestern 17-9. Elsewhere, Northern Iowa all over South Dakota 49-7 at halftime. Drake beating Valparaiso 17-0 in the fourth quarter of that one. Wartburg moves on the D3 playoffs. That game started at noon, and it's a final. Wartburg beats Wisconsin lacrosse 14-6. High school football state champions crowned the last 2 days up the Unidome in Cedar Falls. Congratulations to all 7 class winners. St. Mary's Remsen, an 8-player over Waco. It was Grundy Center beating West Hancock in Class A. Class 1A, Van Meter over West Sioux. Class 2A, Central Lyon George Little Rock escapes Williamsburg 10-6. Class 3A, Harlan came back after down 23-7 to beat Mount Vernon 30-23. Cedar Rapids Xavier winning the Class 4A championship 45 35-38. And Southeast Polk 49, West Des Moines Valley 14 in Class 5A last night. Iowa wrestling team improved to 4-0 as they beat Sacred Heart 35-6, and Buffalo last night 35-7. The Iowa volleyball team losing to Nebraska at home last night 3-0, and we'll play again tomorrow at Illinois at 1 o'clock, Dolph.
That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update with John Swisher. Up next are the starting lineups, courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Whipple's Hybrids. Hawkeye Huddle rolls on after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You keep coming, you keep playing, and the jackpots keep adding up. You know how to win, Iowa, and we're all for it. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel has the jackpots and cash prizes you're after. We're heading towards $30 million in jackpots this year. Want your share? Join Club Wild today and get in on all the winning. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel, Clinton, Emmitsburg, and Jefferson. Visit wildroseresorts.com. Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kennick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Starting lineups are brought to you by Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Mid-American, a proud supporter of Hawkeye football. Let's look at the Minnesota Golden Gopher offense. Everything revolves around Mo Ibrahim, 5'10", 210-pound rock out of Baltimore, 6th year. And he'll be backed up by Trey Potts, a junior out of Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Both are averaging over 5 yards a carry. The quarterback, and that's a major story, Tanner Morgan, who missed last week, is going to miss another week. The veteran 6th-year youngster out of Union, Kentucky, Minnesota's longest-serving QB. He's on the sideline. He's had a variety of injuries, most notably a concussed syndrome, or at least some tendencies of showing a concussion a few weeks back. Now he's got a shoulder and upper body muscle strain sprain, so he's going to sit out today. And his backup, Ethan Kaliakmanis, I'll get that right before the day's over, redshirt freshman from Antioch, Illinois. Lanky at 6'4", 210. He can get out on the edge, unlike Morgan. He can run and throw off the run. So he gives them a different look for the Iowa defense. The wide receivers, the best of the bunch, Daniel Jackson and Michael Brown-Stevens. They've caught 26 and 22 passes, respectively, both averaging in that 13 to 15 yard per catch. So Jackson and Brown-Stevens are the go-to guys for the Minnesota passing game. The tight end, a good one, Brevin Spanford. He's been around a long time, redshirt senior out of St. Cloud, 6'7", 270. It's like another offensive lineman out there. When they do use a fullback, it's Derek LeCaptain. LeCaptain is out of Gardner, Wisconsin. Up front, big Bluto, as Ed likes to call him, laden offensive line. At left tackle, 6'6", 235, sophomore from Kansas City, Ariante Ursary. The left guard is Axel Rushmeyer, sixth-year player out of Hutchinson, Minnesota, 305 pounds at 6'4". The center, John Michael Schmitz. He's all Big Ten, 6'4", 320, sixth year from Flossmoor, Illinois. A grad student from Michigan, Chuck Filianga, 6'6", 330. He came over from Ann Arbor in the offseason. And at right tackle, another graduate transfer from Notre Dame, Quinn Carroll out of Edina. He's come home to play his final year of college football at the University of Minnesota. That award-winning Hawkeye defense, of course, anchored by middle linebacker Jack Campbell, who tipped 100 tackles last week against Wisconsin. 6'5", 245, the senior from Cedar Falls. Jack has 3.5 tackles for loss to boot. He's flanked by Jay Higgins, the junior from Indianapolis, and Seth Benson, who's got 73 tackles on the year. Seth has put up 3 figures in tackle totals in the past. 6', 230 out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. In the secondary, Cooper DeJean at one corner, Riley Moss, the All-American, at the other, the senior from Ankeny. What a spectacular acrobatic interception he had a week ago. Cooper DeJean, what can I tell you? 10 tackles, 7 solos, a pick 6, his second of the year. He's got 9 pass breakups on the season as well. Kayvon Merriweather and Quinn Schulte are the safeties. Quinn out of Cedar Rapids, Xavier, the junior, and Kayvon Merriweather, what a year he's having. 41 tackles, 3 interceptions, and 2 tackles for loss, plus a forced fumble and a fumble recovery. He's done it all, the senior from Belleville, Michigan. Up front, Joe Evans and John Wagner are the ends. Logan Lee and Noah Shannon are the tackles. Shannon with 6 tackles for loss among his 34. Logan Lee with 36 stops, 6.5 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks. Evans with 6 sacks. He and Deontay Craig are the sack leaders for the Hawkeyes, along with Lucas Van Ness. They'll rotate 7 or 8, 9 guys in there as usual. Wagner, the senior from Des Moines, Dowling at one end. He's got 5 tackles for loss and a couple sacks. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, courtesy of Mid-American, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. And that wraps up another Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. At Whiffles Hybrids, we focus on one big thing: developing, producing, and marketing superior corn hybrids. A big part of that is doing all the little things right, no matter how small, to keep our customers coming back. Turns out the little things aren't so little after all. Whiffles Hybrids, one thing done right, and all the little things too. The Hy-Vee coin toss and kickoff coming up. Floyd is pacing down there in the end zone. Floyd of Rosedale at stake once again between Iowa and Minnesota. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features, because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
You keep coming, you keep playing, and the jackpots keep adding up. You know how to win, Iowa, and we're all for it. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel has the jackpots and cash prizes you're after. We're heading towards $30 million in jackpots this year. Want your share? Join Club Wild today and get in on all the winning. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel, Clinton, Emmitsburg, and Jefferson. Visit wildroseresorts.com. Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at DePaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Wyffels Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Minnesota Marching Band concluding its pregame performance. What do you like to say? The bit on those tubas is awful cold right now. When they're wrapping their lips around that. Oh man, how they can get a tune out today is beyond me. But it's cold and it's windy and it's a lot of other things that could possibly affect this football game. But you might, as you might expect, the stadium may be half full. Still some people walking through the turnstiles to get in here, but this thing, which annually sells out, so I'm guessing most of all the tickets have been bought, but all the seats won't be filled.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them.
Yeah, and there's snow on some of the seats here on the upper deck. Of course, these are some hardy people up here in Minnesota. A lot of them even enjoy ice fishing. Now that's a sport that's way down in my tablet. It's not on the first couple pages.
Cross-country skiing, downhill skiing, snowmobiling. Of course, the winter sports are, as they are in Iowa, they're just more recreational sports up here in the land of 10,000 lakes, most of them frozen over this afternoon. Our game time temperature around 15 degrees. The winds are howling out of the northwest at 20 to 25 miles an hour, maybe gusting more than that. And It's a good day to be inside, but football's meant to be played outside. And I like what Kirk Ferentz said again this week. Not unlike Purdue a couple weeks ago. Hey, it's the same for both teams.
Yeah, that's the one thing that makes it a contest, an even Steven contest. It's tough to come out of that locker room after halftime. No, I can tell you that when you get in there and get warmed up again.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as we await the teams to re-enter the Coliseum. That is Huntington Bank Stadium. 10-second ID break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Minneapolis. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Minnesota is 7-3. The Hawks are 6-4. And of course, coming into today, 4 teams in the West Division, all tied at the top with records of 4 wins and 3 defeats. Now, Illinois has lost at Michigan on a last-second field goal by the Wolverines. What an effort by Brett Bielema's Illini on a weekend where he lost his mother suddenly. Don't know all the details, but Brett's beloved mom, we know the Bielema family well from Prophetstown, Illinois, and so and Brett was on the sideline today up in Ann Arbor with his team, and we send our sincere sympathies and thoughts and prayers to Brett and his family. So right now you've got Purdue a winner. They held off Northwestern. Purdue's 5-3. Illinois drops to 4-4. And right behind Purdue, right in the middle of those two, are Iowa and Minnesota. So the winner of this will be tied again for the lead in the West Division. And if it's the Hawkeyes, all they need to do is to beat Nebraska. Never easy, but beat Nebraska next Friday in Kinnick. And the Hawks are off to Indianapolis for a second straight year in the Big Ten title game.
Yeah, that's this Western Division has been dog-eat-dog here all year long, and it makes it exciting that it comes right down to the last 2 games.
The Hawks have just swarmed onto the field. Minnesota likewise on their senior day. And we're just about set for the Hy-Vee coin toss. Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Hawkeye football. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Hy-Vee.
One of the things it's lucky that Hawkeye bench still has sun on it. Now they'll lose it here as we get into halftime. Right now it's warmer.
And they have the heated benches too. That helps. Let's check in with Rob Brooks at center field.
Yeah, plenty of heated benches. There's no doubt about that. Laporta, Merriweather, Moss, Campbell, the 4 captains for the Hawkeyes. Our referee is Jeff Serbinsky.
And that is the tail. What is your call? Tails is the call.
Jack Campbell makes the call.
It is a tail.
So the Hawks win the toss and elect to defer, so it'll be Minnesota football to start.
Just like at Purdue a couple of weeks ago with that howling wind, the Hawks win the toss, defer. And we know how that ended up, so let's hope for similar results here today. Hawk fans, stop in and visit Come and Go before and after the game to experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more. Healthier, fresh food options so you can always find what you deserve. Order ahead via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it right curbside to you. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. Come and Go, a proud sponsor of our kickoff between the Hawks and the Gophers. PJ Fleck strolling the sidelines down there, pacing the sidelines, much the way Floyd is in the end zone. He's perched on his statue stand down there, and he hasn't resided in Minnesota in a few years, 8 to be exact. Hawks plan to take him back with them on the equipment truck. We shall see.
Well, PJ Fleck with no stocking hat, no cap, and no hair. I'd say.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly have a beetle lock, does he?
No. I guess that's showing his team how tough they need to be.
Now the Hawks will kick off. And that nationally ranked defense will be out there first. Iowa, Eddie, the first time since 1991 that the Iowa defense has held 7 opponents under 10 points and 8 opponents under 13. And we know the 91 team with Brett Bielema, by the way, finished 10-1-1 and played in the Holiday Bowl.
Yep, that was back in Hayden's day, right?
Absolutely. 31 years ago. Isn't that ironic? Who wears number 31?
Yeah, best linebacker in the Big Ten.
Maybe the country. Here come the teams out onto the field. Minnesota's kick returner is Quentin Redding, about a 24-yard average. They'll be back there in double safety, though, with this goofy wind. Clay Geary, a 6th-year wide receiver out of Lakeville, Minnesota, the home of our buddy Mike Grimm, who's the play-by-play voice of the Gophers and a native of Manchester and Delaware County. We got Iowans all over the place, even with the enemy. All right, Drew Stevens will have the wind at his back, so the Hawks will have the wind in the first quarter. Here comes a run-up, and we're underway in the battle for Floyd of Rosedale in Minneapolis. It's a short kick that hits at the 10, deadens, it's picked up there, and coming back across the 20, and no further is Quentin Redding. He ran up on that ball expecting a big first bounce right into his midsection, and the ball just plopped on the ground a la Torrey Taylor.
Yeah, that's interesting, because with that kind of wind behind, kicking the ball off, and it only hit on about the 15-yard line.
Cade Ontringer downfield for the stop. So here we go, Minnesota with Ethan Kaliakmanis in the pistol. They wing a tight end left, one running back. That's Ibrahim. Receiver comes in motion in front of the quarterback. And they run the draw handoff. No. Yeah, they do give it to Ibrahim. Thought, man, that was a great fake by Kaliakmanis. Thought he kept the ball for a moment.
Well, Seth Benson was not fooled.
No, and a short gain of 1 before Seth tattooed Ibrahim. Minnesota sends twin receivers to the wide side of the field, including a slot. Brevin Spann Ford, the tight end, is out there. And now they shift double slot. So 4 wideouts, 1 running back. Kaliakmanis throws, and it's caught over the middle. Looks like a first down, or just shy of a first down. That's the tight end, Brevin Spann Ford. He's got 32 catches on the year. Comes up just a little bit short, about a yard short.
Yeah, 6'7", 260.
He can stretch for the chains. Jack Campbell nailed him to the ground at the 31. They need to get to the 32. So here we go. First big third down out for Minnesota. Just underway in the Twin Cities. They give the ball to Ibrahim. The pile does push forward for the first down, but he had to dig those trunks into the turf to get that 1 yard needed.
Now, they didn't move the line of scrimmage very far. Minnesota's big offensive line didn't.
Logan Lee and Noah Shannon were right in the middle of that. But it is a gain of 3 for Mo Ibrahim. And the Gophers do move the sticks. 1st and 10 at Minnesota's 34. Kaliakmanis about 4 yards behind the center, the all Big Ten center. Trey Potts now is in a tailback, giving Ibrahim a rest. And here comes the toss pitch to Potts. And he runs away from Seth Benson, who was hanging on for dear life. Finally got him on the ground, but a nice gain of about 4. They had him trapped at the line of scrimmage, but strong legs of Trey Potts got him upfield.
He ran right through 4 Hawkeyes. They had him surrounded and looked like it was going to be no gain.
John Wagner came in and helped finish him off, but 2nd and 10 would look better than 2nd and 6, but that's what it is. Ball shy of the 40 at about the 38-yard line. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Here's a sweep to the short side of the field. Trey Potts, he's going to lose, well, maybe gain a yard. Boy, great pressure put on by Seth Benson. Forced him a little wide into the arms of Joe Evans and Riley Moss. What looked like it was going to be a loss turns out to be a 1 yard gain. It's going to be 3rd down and 5.
Really good job of coming up and making the tackle. That Riley Moss is really a sure tackler.
So a big play here for the Iowa defense to get off the field. 3rd down and 5. 4 receivers, 1 running back. Calliap McManus is changing the play. And they're going to hand off to Ibrahim, and he's fighting for the first down, but he's going to be short. He crosses the 40 to the 41, and a good job by the Iowa defense. He looked like he was changing the play. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but Iowa wasn't buying it.
Nope.
Either way.
Good job of, just running to the ball carrier, and that's what you've got to do. You got to surround him and everybody take a shot at him.
Joe Evans stayed home. And here's Mark Crawford to punt the football, averaging 40 yards a kick on the year. Cooper DeJean is back deep. Hawks get a good rush on, and the ball kind of floats down the near sideline. Takes a left-hand turn and dies at the 22. Pretty good kick into that stiff breeze. And that's where the Hawks will start their first possession of the day at their own 22 with Spencer Petras at quarterback. No score. We're underway in Minneapolis, Iowa, Minnesota. The battle for Floyd. The Gophers took about 4 minutes off the clock to start the game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
No score, Iowa, Minnesota. The Hawks get their first crack at it on the offensive side against this highly touted Minnesota defense. 17 degrees at kickoff. Winds out of the northwest at 19 miles an hour, gusting to 24. It feels like 0 if you're sitting out in the stands. Thankfully, we're up here in the press box. On the Hawkeye YouTube channel, Ed, let's give them a wave. Even though we're on the road, we're waving to the kids at Children's Hospital as well as you Hawkeye fans who are tuning in today. Appreciate your support and your attendance, of course. So we'll get a look at the Minnesota defense now, Ed, as highly ranked as Iowa in most statistical categories. Brody Breck starts the game wide left. Laporta wings left at tight end. Deontay Vines is wide right, and Arlen Bruce goes in motion. Petras to throw on first down, sets up the screen. Wide open down the middle of the field is Laporta. He's got a couple blockers. He's at midfield, 45-40, 35-30, 25, and dropped at the 22-yard line on the first play from scrimmage. What a beautiful job of selling an outside route by Petras, and he came back over the middle to a wide open Laporta.
Well, that's good coaching right there, and catching Minnesota in a blitz and a run blitz, thinking the Hawkeyes are going to run it. And Laporta just skipped in behind everybody, and away he went.
From 122-yard line to the 21-yard line, 57 yards on the hookup. Petras is over 5,000 yards now for his career on the first play. He needed 31 coming in. And a throwaway by Spencer on 1st and 10. He wanted to see what Minnesota was going to do on a play fake and a rollout right, and he threw it at the feet of the intended receiver, Caleb Johnson, the tailback. So 2nd down 10 for the Hawks at the 21-yard line with 10.5 minutes to play first quarter. What a play on offense to start the game for Iowa.
It sure was. And he had Deontay Vines out in the flat where he wanted to go, but they had it covered up.
Minnesota crowding that line of scrimmage with 6 defenders. Oh, and the snap is fumbled by Petrus, and he falls on it. I couldn't tell if it was a bad snap. Looked like a pretty good snap, Ed.
Well,
again, that ball is hard and cold.
Yep, and that wind is blowing.
Spencer may have taken his eye off it. Perhaps Logan Jones snapped the ball before Spencer was ready. That's a loss of almost 6. Back to the 27. Obviously, they're in Drew Stevens' field goal range with that win, but it'd been nice to get a touchdown off this first possession. Let's see if they can finish it off. Laporta splits wide left with Deontay Vines. Bruce to the bottom of the field. And Spencer throws it out to Laporta on the tight end screen. He gets that back to the 20-yard line, so he regains the 5 or 6 Iowa lost a moment ago. And now the Hawks in the Case IH red zone will try a field goal on 4th down. Their outstanding linebacker, Mariano Sori-Marin, made the stop, and the Hawkeyes are going to have to settle for a field goal try from the Case IH red zone. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Kick will come from the 27, and it's good. Drew Stevens. You think he's going to be big today? 14 of 16 on the year now is Drew Stevens, and the freshman from North Augusta, South Carolina, puts Iowa in front 3-0. A near 60-yard pass completion, throw over the middle, and what a run after the catch by Sam Laporta from Spencer Petrus sets up the Hawkeye score. 3-0 Iowa. 9 minutes to go first quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? That's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa, Minnesota. The battle for Floyd. Big Ten football from Minneapolis, Iowa. The first Shields scoring drive of the day. Goes 59 yards, 5 plays, used just 2:06 of time, and a 38-yard Drew Stevens field goal puts Iowa on top by a count of 3-0. Thought I might have said 33 before we went to the break. I was only 5 yards off. 38 yards by Drew Stevens, and the big pass play, 57 yards from Petrus to Sam Laporta to start the drive. And Ed, good job by Iowa all the way around. Defense gets the stop, forces the punt into the wind. The Hawks take it down and get 3 points from special teams.
Well, it is a good start. Boy, it's a long time out there. Players, now this is where you really need to warm up because you've been off the field. That must have been a 5-minute timeout.
Well, we got national TV here today. Gives us more time to stretch out the Shields scoring drive. Shields for all your holiday Hawkeye gear. Right there with you in Des Moines, Cedar Falls, Sioux City, and Iowa City. Shields. Hawks getting ready to kick off. Drew Stevens. Bright sunshine now. Engulfing not the entire field, but half of it as the sun works its way around the back of the stadium here. And will settle in the west.
Ball rolls, flows, flies off the tee.
Nothing new there. Minnesota has double safety back again, including Clay Geary and Quentin Redding, who is their primary kick returner. So Stevens puts it back on the tee. Should it blow off this time, they'll have to put a fingernail on it and hold it for him. Looks like it's going to stay put. Here comes the run up by Drew. You know what? As his shadow crossed the football, it fell off the tee. Going to bed was the football. So now he'll have to bring in a teammate to TJ Hall. It should be, I think. TJ's at Purdue was the man who put that index finger on the top of the ball. Isn't that amazing? And just as he got to the ball, it rolled off like it's got eyes waiting for him. Whoops, here we go. Stevens, a low bouncing line drive that hits Redding at the 3. Starts up the far hash, cuts back to the middle, gets to the corner, trying to turn the corner, and good coverage by TJ Hall. TJ threw him down at the 29-yard line, but a nice return. That was a low bouncing ground ball, which gave Redding time to grab it, survey, and take off.
I think the wind is actually coming down and forcing the ball down, because that's not a normal kick or a kick that you'd expect.
26-yard return by Quinn Redding. Nice job. And here comes Minnesota. Its second offensive possession. The Hawkeyes rushing forward with those 3 outstanding linebackers. Kaliakmanis at quarterback. Ibrahim the tailback. Now the tight end. Brevin Spann goes in motion out of the slot. He's usually going to block, and he's trying to throw a punch or two for Mo Ibrahim, who follows him into the hole right side and gets 2 yards to the 31. Really good pursuit by Iowa after that front four stayed home and waited to see what Ibrahim was going to do.
Yeah, they had him pinned in and forced him into the middle of the field where all your help is.
John Wagner got the first lick on him. 2nd down and 8 for the Gophers. Kaliakmanis back to pass, has a man. Spann, I think the tight end with the catch on the far sideline. It is. He lined up in the slot right, did a quick square out. Minnesota's about 3 yards shy of a first down. Brevin Spann forward on the catch of about 6. Quinn Schulte was right there with him and brought him down. Gain of 5. 3rd down 3 for Minnesota. Big play here early in the game. They're going in a hurry. Kaliakmanis. Bluff call. Now they give it to Ibrahim. He squirts through a hole. Did he get the first down? Looks like he's going to be a little short, Eddie.
That's the way it looks from here.
Ran between guard and tackle, and he's about a yard shy, a little less than a yard.
Interesting. Minnesota went real heavy, extra lineman and a tight end to the left, and then ran the ball back to just the 2 blocker side.
John Wagner held his ground and gets credit for the tackle. Now Minnesota, they appear to be going for it.
Well, they better get a play in. Now they got to call timeout because that was down under 10 seconds.
Boy, they took a lot of time. They kept looking to the sideline. I mean, I can't imagine P.J. Fleck would be a riverboat gambler this early in the game from his own 38-yard line. But PJ's energetic.
I don't know if he calls the plays or not. Maybe,
no, he's got an offensive coordinator
up here in the
former Penn State offensive coordinator.
Well, he's in trouble now then because he couldn't get a play in. They had to use a timeout.
Kurt Chiraka is the offensive coordinator. Joe Rossi is the defensive coordinator. They've done a great job. Let's see what the Gophers timeout is over. It's 4th down and about a yard, and now they're going to punt the ball away. And the Hawkeyes will had their first team defense out there. Now they quickly make changes.
Yeah, and they're mixed up. They don't know where the defense is supposed to be in or the punt return team.
Well, look for a fake then, if they got the personnel out of whack for the Hawkeyes. But Mark Crawford, for his second punt of the day, we think, from about his own 26-yard line. They snap it to him, and he kicks it away, and it's an end-over-end line drive fielded by Cooper DeJean. On a nice cutback, gets across the 30 to the 34. And a short return of about 6 yards. Good job by Cooper DeJean. A 37-yard punt. Timeout on the field. The Hawkeyes lead Minnesota 3-0. And a chance now to add to that lead with the wind here in Minneapolis. 7 minutes to play. We're halfway through the first quarter. 3-0 Hawks over the Gophers. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to coverage of Big Ten Hawkeye football from Minnesota, where Iowa leads the Gophers 3-0 on a 38-yard field goal by Drew Stevens off possession number 1. The Hawks get a stop and have the win now for their second try on the offensive side of the football. Spencer Petras warming up on the far sideline. A chilly day in Minneapolis, but the sun is out right now. The wind's still howling out of the north-northwest at 25 miles an hour. 7:01 to play first quarter.
I want to clarify something here. This is not a chilly day. This is a cold.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Right.
It's an icy day. How's that sound? That sounds a little better.
There, I like that.
Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline.
Yeah, icy, freezing, that'll do it. You know, when I walked out of the tunnel onto the field, it wasn't too bad. But then once you're out here for about, I'd say 7 or 8 minutes, it gets pretty chilly. So the one thing is the fact that the ball boys have to do a great job today in keeping the balls warm. They have 12 footballs and will have 3 individually wrapped.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rob. On the first play from scrimmage, Caleb Johnson gets drilled right at the line of scrimmage. They ran blitz with I think a safety, Eddie, Tyler Newman, and a little indecision there by the young freshman.
Well, he was not blocked at all, and when he got the ball, safety was right in front of him. Pretty tough to make a move.
Yeah, I think he was caught a little off guard because the hole was there initially, but filled by that blitzing Minnesota defense. No gain, 2nd and 10. 34-yard line of Iowa. Receiver goes in motion. Petras looking that way, has time, throws and caught by tight end Luke Lachey, who lined up wide left. Luke gets a first down across the 45-yard line to the 46. Well-designed play, but great protection.
And, you know, the time for the quarterback to throw the ball was tremendous, and then the finishing off the run for the first down.
Petras 3 of 4 for 76 yards. Sori Marin and Cody Lindenberg, the linebackers, make the stop. And here's straight ahead running for Caleb Johnson. He gets near the midfield stripe. Give him a gain of 4. Hawks will certainly take that. 2nd down 6. Mariano Sori-Marin, fifth-year middle linebacker, 6'3", 245. He'll be playing on Sunday next season out of Mokina, Illinois, Providence Catholic. Hawks are 2nd and 6 at the 50-yard line. Vine splits wide right. Now Nico Reganey in the game goes wide left. One tailback, one running back. That's Johnson. And here comes Minnesota blitzing through that hole, whichever way, as Eddie likes to say, the quarterback opens up. That's where they fly to, and no gain.
Yeah, that's really a good job of attacking the line of scrimmage. Again, a defensive back, Newman making the tackle.
The safety.
At the line of scrimmage.
Senior out of St. Charles, Illinois. They get a lot of Chicago kids to come up here and play, but don't forget, P.J. Fleck is from that neck of the woods. He's a Chicago boy and knows all the high school coaches, as does Kirk Ferentz and the Hawkeyes. So a big play here for the Iowa offense. 3rd down and 6. They've been turned back on the first 2 plays of this series. Petrus, a quick throw on a slant, caught. But let's see, did he get enough for the first down?
Yep, they've moved the chains.
Was that Laporta? He went to the ground as soon as the ball arrived. Justin Wally was there for the stop. What a great throw by Spencer Petrus.
Right on time. I mean, this has to be thrown just. You got to practice all week and get him right out of the break.
What a great catch by Laporta. That ball was taken right off the turf top by Big Sam. He's got 2 big catches here to start the game. Hawks keep the ball at the 44. Here's a run right over left guard and tackle for big yardage for LaShawn Williams. Caleb Johnson getting a breather, and LaShawn Williams bursts through a hole and gets 5 or 6.
I tell you, that was really good blocking by the whole front line. LaShawn Williams wasn't touched till he was 5 yards downfield.
Well, that's Connor Colby's neighborhood. He got the first lick in there. Cody Lindenberg has been a busy linebacker. Ball at the 39-yard line. That's a gain of 5. Net of 5. 2nd down 5. Laporta stands up, comes in motion. Now throws a block on a stop-and-go move by LaShawn Williams. He gets maybe 3 more to the Minnesota 37, 36-yard line. The Hawks are going to be 2-3 yards shy of a first down. Logan Richter, the redshirt junior from Perham, Minnesota, got underneath Williams.
And here's Palisard coming in this situation.
3rd down and short. 3rd and 2. The Hawkeyes. Turner Palisard, the fullback, which think Iowa's going to run the ball, and Caleb Johnson has no chance. Minnesota saw that fullback come in, and they just ganged up on the line of scrimmage, and no gain. So might have lost a half a yard.
Yeah, here's a call now. This is 4th and 1.5.
Braylon Oliver, the outside linebacker, and Lindenberg, the backer on the other side, combine to make the stop. Hawks are 33% on 3rd down this year, about average.
Yeah, this is 4th down.
That's right, 33% on 4th down. And the Hawks are going to go for it. At least they're showing it. 4th down and 2. Petrus, play fake, rolls out right, throws, caught wide open Laporta. He's up the far sideline. 20, 15, 12-yard line. 1st and goal, or 1st and 10 at the Gopher 12. What a play. What an improvisation by Spencer Petrus.
He wanted to come to the right side. He was going to throw a quick pass over here on the right side. Both receivers were covered. He stepped back and bought enough time to go all the way across the field to another receiver.
And Braylon Oliver, the linebacker who had Petrus dead to right, but Spencer, he rolled out to his right, then spun back to his left, threw back across his body to Laporta. And Laporta not only got the first down, he took it down to the 12-yard line, 24 yards. And now Oliver is on the ground, face down, injured. He may have twisted his back, or he was really out of sync with his body there, trying to grab Spencer by the belt line. But don't forget, Petrus, 6'5", 240 pounds, yep. 35, 40 pounds. Timeout on the field. We'll come back in just a minute. 2 minutes to go, first quarter. Iowa on the move in the Case IH Red Zone. The Gophers. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series. From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Braylon Oliver of Minnesota, in obvious discomfort and pain, they were holding his right wrist and arm for him as he got all twisted out of shape trying to tackle Spencer Petras before Petras completed a pass to Sam Laporta, who rumbled down the sideline for 24 yards. Hawks have 1st and 10 at the Minnesota 12, leading 3-0 in the closing minutes of this first period. Hawks would love to get a touchdown here because they turn around and go into the wind in the second quarter. Gophers would have the win. Now coming in is Donald Willis. He'll take that outside linebacker position for Braylon Oliver. Willis out of Garfield Heights, Ohio, a redshirt junior. We've got a lot of salty seasoned veterans on this Minnesota defense. So here we go. Hawks drove down here on their first possession, had to settle for a field goal. Here's a toss sweep to Caleb Johnson. Got the corner turn. He's at the 5, out of bounds at the 3, maybe the 2-yard line. He's very close to a first down at the very least, which would give Iowa 1st and goal at the 1.5-yard line.
They had Eli Miller, who's the 3rd fullback. He was in the game, and he was leading on that play.
Eli Miller.
Yeah, number 31.
Let's check him out. I don't think we've called Eli's name all year, have we?
Well, no, and they had Potabom hadn't been in for a while. They had Palisard in on the last play.
From Sedalia, Colorado. You should know where that is, Ed.
Yeah.
It's 1st and goal, Iowa, after a gain of 10, 11 yards.
They're second of the half.
Minnesota has called a timeout. So we'll keep it right here. Well, the defensive coaches felt that they were not in the right defense. The Hawks are in the Case IH red zone trying to go up 10-0, leading 3-0. 1st and goal at the 1. Here's Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
Yeah, Dolph, the injury is starting to mount here a little bit. Hopefully nothing serious. But Monty Potabom was in the medical tent limping very slowly. He was kind of pointing toward his right knee like he got hit on the outside of his knee. So he's getting some attention. And now Sam Laporta is walking very slowly over to the medical tent as well. So we'll keep you updated. Not good news for the Iowa offense from an injury standpoint.
So Laporta got hurt on that last 24-yard catch and run, I assume.
Yeah, he came right to the sideline after that.
Yeah, keep us posted on that, Robbie. Thanks. Well, that's this time of the year, Ed. You're 10, 11 games into the season. Iowa's been fairly injury-free for the year, other than the start of the season. Now they need to punch it in here. Petras with a quarterback sneak reaches for the goal line. I don't see a sign or a signal yet. The head judge is racing and the head linesman is racing in there to unstack bodies as Petras tries to sneak for another touchdown, and they're going to put the nose of the football right shy of the goal line.
I think you run it again.
Oh, absolutely you do. Kyler Ball and Thrill Carter, both 300 pounds, are right over the football. They stop Petrus for the moment. Here's Petrus again. He's over this time. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, quarterback Petrus.
And that's football in November. 2 quarterback sneaks in a row for a touchdown.
Spencer Petrus with his second rushing touchdown. He's thrown 5 scoring passes, and none of them looked as pretty as that one right there. I mean, credit Logan Jones for leading the way. Is he going to be a good one when he matures a little bit more? He's pretty good right now. The Hawks are on for the try for point after, leading Minnesota 9-0. Stevens out of the hold of Torrey Taylor. Here's the snap, the spot, and the kick is right through. I was asking Torrey Taylor yesterday, I said, from Australia, what's the coldest you've ever played in? And he looked at me, he goes, well, wasn't it this game 2 years ago? I said, I don't.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't remember what the temperature was up here, but that evoked the great Kirk Ferentz line when he used all the timeouts with the game never in doubt.
Yeah.
Because Minnesota had burned all their timeouts with the game not in doubt. Kirk said, well, we just thought we'd leave our timeouts here and take Floyd back home with us.
Yeah.
So 10-0 Iowa. 42 seconds to play in the first quarter. We'll keep it right here. The Shields scoring drive, 66 yards. Iowa uses 6.5 minutes of clock. A 1-yard Spencer Petrus touchdown quarterback sneak. And the point after by Drew Stevens puts Iowa up 10-0. Hawk fans, make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Torrey told me that getting the snap ball down and spinning the laces on a cold day is tougher than punting the football to him.
I would think it would be. Because you have to have those laces aimed right at the goalpost.
Timing, and Elkin, a good long snapper. Here's the run up and kick by Stevens, taken right at the goal line by Redding. He hops through a hole and gets across the 30 or 25, just shy of the 30. Ooh, there was a big hole there. Minnesota had it blocked well, but the Hawks did a good job of closing that cave opening. Kyler Fisher, who's been a demon on special teams all year long, from Farnhamville, Iowa.
And you know, the Hawks haven't covered a lot of kicks this year. A lot of them just all the way through the end zone.
So Minnesota goes back to work. Kaliak Manis at quarterback for the injured Tanner Morgan in the closing seconds of the first quarter. Iowa's kept Mo Ibrahim pinned in or pinned down for most of this first quarter, but he can break it at any time. Here he comes, sweeping the right side. He's latched onto after a decent gain across the 30 to the 31. He ran right, cut it back upfield, that to the wide side of the field. And the Hawks, with good pursuit, get him on the ground. Seth Benson came up and plugged the hole. Gain of 3, second down 7. Might be the last play of the first quarter. It will be, as Minnesota will turn and face the south end zone. And they now will have the win for the next 15 minutes. End of the first quarter, Iowa 10, Minnesota nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Who do you trust to produce the best yield? A seed company that's chasing technology, or a seed company that's writing a book on it? This is Joe Mershman. Mershman Seeds is a leader in technology. We're independent and family owned. Our sister company, MS Technologies, provides access to world-class traits and genetics. And our starting line seed treatment is second to none. Who can you trust with your yields? Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Ah, yes. There's nothing like pork chops sizzling on the grill. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I'll bet, like me, you love to eat pork. But what do you know about pig farming in Iowa? How animals are raised, or how farmers work to improve their health and the impact on the environment? Join me for Chop Talk, a podcast where we'll meet the people who raise pigs and learn how the challenges they face affect us all. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
Back at Huntington Bank Stadium, the Hawkeyes lead Minnesota 10-0 after one quarter. Watching Sam Laporta on the Iowa sideline, and he's favoring that right knee pretty good right now after that 24-yard catch that set up Iowa's first touchdown at the end of the period. We'll keep you posted on that with Robbie Brooks. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Wimmers. At the game or at home, Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dogs. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Sure, there were some being passed around and gobbled up in honor of Floyd at the big Hawkeye huddle today up the street at the Graduate Hotel. Great eye club up here in the Twin Cities. Eddie and I have spoke to it a number of times over the years. Thanks to Daryl Borcherding and Joe Conklin and Greg Nemick and Dave Gallagher and all the gang at the foundation for putting on another great Hawkeye huddle. They had about 500 people at that huddle.
Well, it's good, too. It's a 3 o'clock game. It gives you a lot of time to enjoy each other.
Hawkeye football is sponsored by Mid-American Energy. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details and energy-saving tips. And by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance to protect it. Find your new agent and the right coverage for your company's assets at EMCINS.com. John Swisher has a U.S. Bank scoreboard update.
All four finals in the Big Ten so far. Michigan over Illinois by 2. Wisconsin came back and beat Nebraska 15-14. Purdue over Northwestern 17-9. It was Indiana in overtime holding off Michigan State 39-31. Games going on right now. 7-6 Ohio State over Maryland in the second frame. Also second quarter Penn State over Rutgers 14-10. UNI all over South Dakota 55-7.
Minnesota football, that Iowa defense that forced 3 turnovers last week against the Wisconsin Badgers. Looking for their first today. The Hawks 2 interceptions and a fumble recovery. Minnesota with the win as we go to the second quarter with Ethan Kaliakmanis at quarterback. Mo Ibrahim is the setback. On 1st and 10, tight end goes in motion, and here's a quarterback keeper, and he is crunched to the ground at the 29-yard line. Hard hit, a double whammy by 2 Hawkeyes. They met at the intersection, and our first Spahn and Rose hammer hit has Kaliakmanis a little woozy as he gets up.
Yeah, that was Hawks were not fooled. It was a good handoff fake that he gave to the tailback, and you've got to follow him, but no, the Hawks sniffed it right out.
Seth Benson all over him. They do give him forward motion for a yard. So it is 3rd down. 3rd down and a long 8 for Kaliakmanis. Here's the snap straight back to pass, looking to throw. Good protection. Pass caught up at the 40-yard line, and that would be a first down. A deep square in by Lamiki Brockington. And just too much time to throw the football.
Yep, that's exactly the case there, because there was nobody putting any pressure on him, and he was able to stand there and wait for the receiver to break on a square in over the middle.
A really good throw. Quinn Schulte dropped it.
His page down. There's a medical stop.
I didn't get that. A medical what? A medical stoppage of play. I'm wondering if this is for the quarterback, because he took a heck of a shot from Benson and another Hawkeye.
And they're taking him out of the game right now. They're bringing him over.
I wonder if he knows where he is, but he made that great pass to Brockington, and yeah, he's going to get checked out. I'm sure above the shoulders, Ed. You know what that's all about.
Yeah, and you can actually function when you're not with all your faculties.
But thank goodness the referee saw something.
Yeah, he saw it as he came out for the next play.
So they've taken Kaliakmanis into the tent. Jeff Cervinsky, the referee, is the one who asked for the medical timeout, I think, and it was triggered from up here. So they may have looked at the replay of that hit and said, you know what, let's get this kid checked out. And good call by Jeff Cervinsky.
So who do we have at quarterback now?
Well, we're down to Cole Kramer, I believe. We'll double check the number.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah,
12.
Cole Kramer. We'll give you his biography in just a second. 1st and 10, though, after a gain of 12 on that square end. Now they're going to run the ball straight ahead with Mo Ibrahim. And he's pushed back after a gain of maybe 3 to the Minnesota 45. Now, Cole Kramer is from right here in Minneapolis, Eden Prairie. He has not thrown a pass or run the football, according to the numbers we're looking at. 6'1", 205-pound junior from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. I find that hard to believe. They dominated the non-conference opponents. We'll double check his number. Jay Higgins on the stop. 2nd down 7 for Minnesota. Iowa leads 10-0 early in the second quarter. Now here's a quarterback, Kramer, trying to get to the outside on a play fake to Ibrahim, and not much. He got maybe a yard or 2. How about that call?
You're not going to fool Riley Moss. He came up and tackled him for no gain. 3rd down 5. He did get a yard and a half. But I suppose that they're assuming that Iowa's going to pay all the attention to Mo Ibrahim, which he's for the most part correct. Another big 3rd down here for Minnesota. The Hawks try and get off the field. 47-yard line. Back to pass. Kramer. Good protection. Throws. Open man running at the Iowa 40. Now the 30. Still on his feet. At the 25-yard line, he's forced out of bounds. Oh, man, great protection for the quarterback. He had all day to wait for a receiver to clear. No pressure on him at all. In fact, there wasn't a defensive lineman across the line of scrimmage.
Daniel Jackson, their leading receiver, ran across the middle of the field, and Kramer just waited for him to clear. 29 yards, and he broke 2 or 3 tackles. You don't see that happen very often. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 24 now. 3 minutes deep in the second period. Iowa 10, Minnesota nothing. Here's the fake handoff to Ibrahim. He throws to the sideline. It's caught. Another broken tackle. Cooper DeJean whiffed as he got his hands on Lamiki Brockington, and Brockington ran right out of his grasp. That doesn't happen, but it's cold down there.
It's cold, and it's hard to hang on to them. The pads are really hurt you when you get hit by them.
12-yard gain to the 12-yard line, and now Kaliakmanis is back in. So apparently they held up the fingers, and he counted them all properly, and now he's back in the game. Minnesota trying to get its first score of the day. Wideout comes in motion across the wide side of the field. Single receivers outside right and left. Now they move a slot receiver to the right, and another timeout asked for by Minnesota. That's their 3rd.
That's it.
Their 3rd of the half, so they're out of timeouts with 11:08 to play in the first half. In the second period, Iowa trying to hang on to a 10-0 lead, or at least limit Minnesota to a field goal try. It's 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 12 when play resumes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
11:08 to go first half. Minnesota, with its first possession with the wind, has driven down to the Iowa 12, converting a couple huge third downs along the way, and we'll have 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 12 with Iowa leading 10-0 4 minutes into the second period. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. And those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin. Coming up at halftime, our Bud Light Anheuser-Busch halftime show. We'll recap this first half, look ahead to the second period. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans, and hard to believe the home season, the schedule of the regular season is over next Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, with the Nebraska Cornhuskers and the Heroes game, the Shields Heroes game. More on that later. Kaliak-Manis now back in at quarterback. In the red zone, the Gophers are 39 for 43 and 33 touchdowns. So when they get sniffing that goal line, they usually finish the drive off. But of course, they're up against the Iowa defense. Here we go. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 12. Kaliak-Manis with Ibrahim in the background. In the backfield, they flip it out to him, and he's into the end zone. No, he's grabbed from behind. Oh, his eyes had to be as big as saucers, but Jack Campbell ran him down from behind. Unbelievable play by the middle linebacker.
It's amazing he could catch up with him. I saw the same thing you did. He was going to get upfield and in the end zone, and Campbell somehow caught up with him.
He got to the 5-yard line, a gain of 7, but that was bowling alley wide for Ibrahim, and only Campbell saved the touchdown. Second down. They get a first down at the 2. Hawks try to throw him back here. Ibrahim in the backfield. He gets it on a counter. Cut back. Touchdown, Minnesota. The flow went to the right with Ibrahim, and I don't want to say the defense overcommitted because Ibrahim is so quick at the cutback.
Yeah, he did a great job of selling the fact that he was going out on the left side and saw the opening, and boy, he accelerates. When he sees that opening, he really accelerates.
Matt Trickett is on for the try for point after. He's their field goal kicker as well. 10-6, Iowa's lead. Cut to 4 pending the try for point after. Here's the snap, the spot, and the kick is right through. 10-7. The Hawkeyes lead is 3 with 10:24 to go in the first half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. We'll see if the Hawkeyes can answer going into the win when we come back to Minneapolis. Iowa 10, the Gophers 7. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it.
Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
We had something, Deontay Craig.
You're back. Welcome back to Minneapolis. Ed and I talking about that Minnesota offensive line. They have got some road graders out there, Eddie.
Yeah, and you just pointed out to me that they had two transfers, one from Notre Dame and one from Michigan.
Two grad transfers, one from Notre Dame, one from Michigan. And that they were on the right side. The blocking this time came from the left side. But it's a upper class, salty veteran group, and now the Hawkeyes somewhat limited. Well, big time limited if Sam Laporta doesn't answer the bell. He got hurt on that last Iowa touchdown drive, and Luke Lachey has been playing solid all season long. Luke's certainly capable. But we'll have to check and see if number 84 is out there after the Minnesota kickoff coming up. Hawkeye football is sponsored by U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long. With any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free. Ready to heat your home up this winter are your Lennox dealers all across Iowa and the Midwest. Stop in and see Denny's service in Cherokee if you need help in that area. In Creston, it's Air Solutions. Des Moines is the home of Lozier Heating and Cooling. In Keokuk and Carthage, it's Paul's Plumbing and Heating. And say hi to the folks at B&G HVAC in Marshalltown. Now the kickoff by Minnesota. Here's the run up by Dragon Kesich. And it's out of the end zone. Touchback over the head of Caleb Johnson, who was standing at the goal line. Of course, wind aided, but still a good boot. Kesich is left-footed out of Oak Creek, Wisconsin. And here come the Hawkeyes out now to face that Minnesota defense. Gophers go, I'm sorry, at 9.
I don't see Laporta.
Well, 9 plays, 72 yards, and 5 minutes, 13 seconds used by the Gophers on that touchdown drive. So when the Hawks go two tights, right now they're just going with Lachey, and he splits wide left. So no tight ends on the line of scrimmage. Offset eye. They do have a fullback. Here's a handoff to LaShawn Williams, and he's going to be dropped for a loss of about a yard. Good pursuit down the line of scrimmage by Cody Lindenberg, sophomore from Anoka, Minnesota, and Thomas Rush, the defensive end. Rush will be an all Big Tenner at the end of the year.
Yeah, this defense is salty, and that offensive line is good. This is a good Minnesota team.
7-3 on the year, 4-3 in the Big Ten. Along with Iowa, Brody Breck splits wide right. Twin receivers to the left, including Reganey. He goes in motion with Lachey in the slot. Petrus rolls that way, throws, caught by Arlen Bruce, and he's across the 30 to the 32. Hawks need to get to the 35 for a first down. It'll be 3rd down and 3.
It's a good throw by
Petrus.
He was running to his left and really fired it right in there, but good tackle by the cornerback.
Justin Wally, very good tackler out of Mississippi. Hawks are 29% on third down this year. Now that's been improving the last few weeks. They need a big conversion here. Third down, a short 3. At Gavin Williams in the backfield. Petrus to throw on a quick slant, caught first down, 39-yard line. Terrific catch by Brody Breck with a defender draped all over him.
You're exactly right, and the ball was a little bit behind him, and that was a really sure catch, you know, and he has not practiced a lot, but that was great timing on the quarterback and the wide receiver.
Needed 3 and got 6 or 7 to the 39-yard line, where Wally, the cornerback, made the stop again. The Hawks move the chains, and the drive stays alive with 8:30 to play first half. Iowa leading by a count of 10-7. LaShawn Williams, the coverage breaks down, or the blocking breaks down. And LaShawn slides forward off left guard and tackle for about a yard. Donald Willis, who replaced the injured Braylon Oliver a couple possessions ago, held his ground and made the stop. Second down 9 after a gain of 1. Iowa 10, Minnesota 7. This is the down and distance the Hawks are trying to stay out of, second and long.
Especially into the wind.
Yeah, for sure. Even balance line with 2 tights now. One tight end goes in motion right behind the quarterback. Spencer retreats from center. He's going to throw, and it's caught on the run. Luke Lachey, Iowa's next tight end. I'd say tight end of the future, but he's had a heck of a year, and he gets all the way down to the Minnesota 39-yard line. Big play in the game, Eddie.
Yep, he came across the formation in motion, got up the field, and found a gap in the zone defense there. Really, really good play.
21 yards. Tyler Newbin hanging on for dear life. Looking to see who the second tight end is out there for the Hawkeyes.
87.
Addison Estringa, a pure freshman. 1st and 10 on a play fake. Petrus wants it all. He's going for Reganey and overthrew him. At the front pylon in the end zone. That's just to loosen up the defense, but good coverage by Terrell Smith. He had single coverage with Reganey, and Nico could not separate. Second down 10 at the 39. I like that call on first down.
Yeah, and I think Petrus kind of threw it away because it was tremendous coverage. You're throwing it into the wind.
After Luke Lachey's catch, his 15th this year for 230 yards. The incomplete. Now the Hawks are up. They'll come up second down and 10. There's a quick slant that's knocked down. A attempted quick slanted pass knocked down at the line of scrimmage by Mariano Marin, the all Big Ten linebacker. He's 6'3". He's got pretty good size. He jumped up, timed his leap perfectly, and Petrus had a guy open on a quick slant.
He sure did.
Not sure if that was Brody Breck again or Reganey. 8th play of this drive. The Hawks have used up some time into the wind, leading 10-7. Oh, and a bad snap from center, and Spencer's going to fall on it, and does so in Minnesota territory at the 45. That thing took off. Once Logan Jones released it, it just sailed away from Petrus. What'd you see?
Well, that's it. That's the wind when you're back there 7 yards. And that ball, when it snapped, is kind of end over end, and the wind just really affected it. And a very wise move by Petrus just to fall on it so we can kick it away. It was 3rd and 10.
And our first look at Torrey Taylor on the day. His first punt will come from about his own 35. Minnesota has a single safety back. Great kick by Torrey into the wind. Fair caught at the 10.
Man, that was some kind of kick. Unbelievable.
I guess Quentin Redding was back there. 44-yard punt into the breeze.
And so high that he had to fair catch it.
10-7. Iowa's lead is 3. 6:09 to play here in the first half. Hawkeye football is brought to you by your Honda dealers. The Honda dealers from around eastern and central Iowa, including Billion Honda in Iowa City. Hi to Frank Giuliano, Levi Walker, and Tyler Walker. And Matt Hoffmeyer runs Smart Honda in Des Moines. Reliable Honda.
We got a Minnesota player down.
I see it down. He would have been one of the rushmen coming at Torrey Taylor. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline. Robbie.
Well, we'll talk about a couple of Iowa offensive players, Dolph. Monty Pottebaum, of course, we told you that he limped into the medical tent in the first quarter, kind of pointing to his right knee area. He is still on the sideline, but has a coat on. I think when Iowa does go to a fullback, it'll be Turner Palisard. And then, so of course, Sam Laporta did not play on that series. It looks like it's a right leg, knee, ankle. And as you mentioned, he tried to run back and forth on the sideline, but boy, you could tell that he was limping. He also has a coat here on the sideline, so doesn't look good for those two players right now for the Hawks. And then, as you mentioned, Braylon Oliver, linebacker for Minnesota, has not played since he left. He also dealt with an ACL injury back in 20.
Well, we got an EMS guy around the player that's down.
Yeah, and that player we think is Lucas Finnessy, who's a backup linebacker from Sussex, Wisconsin, a sophomore. And obviously they're working or looking at his head, neck area. And I was following the ball on the punt, Eddie, so I have no idea what happened to Lucas Finnessy.
I've been looking for a replay. Haven't seen anything, but they're bringing out a stretcher.
They're bringing out the golf cart or the gator with the stretcher on the back. They don't, obviously, they'll get a neck brace, cervical neck brace on young Lucas Finnessy. Let's hope this is just nothing more than precautionary, which is serious enough. Well, they got, like Iowa City, they got one of the great teaching hospitals in the country here at the University of Minnesota, right down the street. Let's go back to Rob, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
Yeah, Dolph, this is always an unfortunate scene, and most of the time, and hopefully that's the case here, just precautionary, but just a reminder that there is an ambulance right back up the tunnel, and as you mentioned, outstanding hospitals up here, so medical attention not far away.
Okay, Rob, we'll see. It's probably going to take a minute or two to get this young man secure enough that they can. Well, the gator is leaving. They brought out another cart. Well, that's a good sign. He's sitting up now. And let's see if I can. Well, he still has his helmet on, Eddie. So they apparently he moved enough of his upper extremities to relieve the medical team that, okay, let's just get him off the field. Now he's just taking his own helmet off. So that's a great sign. Lucas Finnessy, a linebacker. So I'll play a stoppage here momentarily. And when play resumes, Minnesota will have the ball 1st and 10 at the Gopher 11-yard line. Now they say it's his right leg. We're getting word from the sideline. Huh. Well, I mean,
it was tough to tell.
Well, they were talking to him, so maybe.
Now, one of the good points right now is that Minnesota has no timeouts.
That's a great point. 6:09 to play first half. Now the Hawkeyes have the Gophers pinned back deep in their own territory. Let's see if they can get a 3-and-out. Kaliakmanis runs the draw handoff to Ibrahim, and he plows downfield right over center and guard for about 6. Up to the 17-yard line. That offensive line is big and strong, though, aren't they? And they run downfield. Quinn Schulte came up for contain. 2nd down 4 for Minnesota. Iowa leading 10-7. The battle for Floyd of Rosedale. Y.A. Black, a Minnesota native, is in the game. He's rushing from right tackle. Kaliakmanis, another draw handoff to Ibrahim. Tries to get to the outside. Has the 1st down across the 20 to the 23. Well, this is just power football right here.
Boy, is he strong. He never goes backward. He is always fighting for more yards.
Usually you go down if Joe Evans gets his mitts on you. Right now, that was Ibrahim's 10th carry, 35 yards, a long of 7. 1st and 10 for the Gophers at the 23-yard line of Minnesota. Iowa leading 10-7. 2/3 of the way through this second period. Same play. Draw handoff to Ibrahim. Big yardage across the 30 to the 34. That'll be a gain of 6 on 1st down. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Pioneer. Test after test and field after field. Pioneer is tougher on your corn's hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids, field proven and ready for yours. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative and learn more. Schulte again on the stop for Iowa. They need to fire up, the Hawks do, and get a loss or no gain. Here's Ibrahim getting to the left side, breaks through a hole. He's off and running. Midfield, 40-yard line, rushed out of bounds at the 35 by Cooper DeJean. That's what he does. They keep plugging away at the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden he breaks free.
Yep, and that's really good blocking. Cleaned up that hole. He didn't have to make any kind of a move. Just started on a sprint to the other end of the field.
Misdirection play, and he was off to the horse races. What a great block by Ursary, the left tackle. 1st and 10 after a 35-yard gain to the Iowa 36 by Ibrahim. He's loosening up now. Here he comes again off the right side. Minnesota's linemen just tie up all the Iowa front men. And a gain to the 30. That's 6 yards for Ibrahim.
Well, you just haven't seen the Iowa defensive line manhandled this way all year.
Jay Higgins gets credit for the tackle, but yeah, those big old Blutos, as you call them, Edward, they're in sync as a unit right now. Tight end, that's Brevin Spann. He's 270. He's winged to the right. Here's Ibrahim running that way. And, I mean, he stumbled twice and still fell forward for 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah, it was a really good job by
I checked that. Trey Potts was the ball carrier. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, Seth Benson was there to make the tackle.
Ibrahim is back in now after a one-play breather. A gain of 2 for Potts to the Iowa 28. So it's 3rd down and 2. Clock is down to 2:35 to play. Minnesota without a timeout remaining. They're 3 of 5 on 3rd down today, and had 2 big conversions in their touchdown drive last possession. Here comes Ibrahim. Oh man, Y.A. Black overran the player. He would have had him in the backfield for a loss. That's easy to do when you're cutting back like this guy can cut back. Or is that Potts again?
No,
that's Ibrahim.
He can really set up the defense so that he can cut back.
He gets 3 to the 25, a yard more than needed for the 1st down. 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 25-yard line. Minnesota trailing the Hawks for the moment at 10-7. Iowa trying to keep it at that, or at least force a field goal try. Fake on the draw, handoff to Ibrahim. Hawks close in on him and down. No, he runs out of a tackle and gets to the 19-yard line. Several missed tackles again by the Hawkeyes. We're not used to seeing that, Edward.
No, it must be those cold hands, because that quarterback is not a running back. But he wiggled away to get 7-8 yards.
They had him for a 2-yard loss, and he ends up getting 6 to the 19. The Gophers in their own red zone. 2nd down 4. Here's Ibrahim. Now he runs into Jack Campbell and still bounces off him and gets a yard. They're going to give him to the 17. Nearly a gain of 2. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Well, they have squeezed a lot of time off the clock in this second quarter. 1 minute to play till halftime. Iowa leading 10-7. They're content to stay with the run, but they're going to have to put it up here shortly because they have no timeouts left. 3rd down and 2. Here's Caleb Manis running to his right, throws, and it's incomplete, almost intercepted. Riley Moss drew a bead on it, a dangerous pass. as Kaliakmanis slapped the brakes on and then tried to squeeze one off to Lemiki Brockington. Squeeze it into his midsection, and that didn't happen. And he's running to his left, trying to throw back across his body, and Riley Moss got his hands on the football, just couldn't put it away. He was pressured by Jack Campbell too. So they go for the field goal on 4th down. It'll come from the 24-yard line, so it's a 34-yard attempt. Here's the snap, and the ball is no good. Trickett, Matthew Trickett, had plenty of leg, but it stayed outside right. And sometimes with the wind, we saw that with Drew Stevens last week against Wisconsin. They can play tricks on you.
Yep. The wind just kept blowing it on down the field. It never took the curve.
Oh, Floyd's jumping up and down there in the end zone. Iowa keeps the lead at 10-7. 38 seconds to play till halftime. And we're back for the conclusion of the first half in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Physical, brutal battle here in the cold in Minneapolis. Iowa at Minnesota, brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. The Hawkeyes have the lead at 10-7. Each team with a touchdown. Drew Stevens' field goal, the difference maker right now. The Hawkeyes just turned Minnesota away after the Gophers drove 73 yards in 11 plays, used 5.5 minutes of clock, and then Trickett missed a field goal from 34 yards. I want to put it all on him because the wind gods had a lot to do with that miss, and that northwest wind pushed the ball. It was dead center down the middle.
That's what it looked like for the first halfway there, and then the wind just blew it to the right and to the right side of the goalpost.
The wind just huffed and puffed and blew it wide right, so Iowa keeps the lead at 10-7. 38 seconds to go till halftime. Hawkeye basketball coming up on, well, actually, we've got the women playing tomorrow and the men playing Monday night, both at Carver Hawkeye Arena. As Lisa Bluter, Caitlin Clark, Monica Sonato, and the gang play tomorrow afternoon at Carver Hawkeye Arena. It's a 2 o'clock tip-off here looking at the sheet. 2 p.m. Belmont is the opponent. The Iowa men.
Oh, I don't like this. Empty backfield. No way.
Interesting. Petrus awaits the snap. He's going to throw it on first down. Looks right, comes back across the middle. That's like a short running play. Completes the pass to Gavin Williams. Good to see Gavin back out there in the mix. He was the #1 tailback coming out of fall camp. Thomas Rush on the stop, and then Gavin hurt, couldn't play, and now he's getting back in the lineup. Petrus is drilled as he throws a pass complete at the 36-yard line.
That's Luke
Lachey again. Luke says, it's my show now. Sam, take a break. Sam Laporta injured. That's the big story of the first half. And the Hawks use a timeout, throwing into the wind with now just 11 seconds to play in the first half. 12 yards on that pickup as Lachey ran downfield out of the slot, turned to the middle, and the ball was there. Spencer's had good zip on his passes today, Eddie.
Yeah, that's, well, you know, when he has that clean pocket, he's got a heck of an arm.
The Hawks are going to the air in the closing seconds of the first half. Come back with us for the Anheuser-Busch Bud Light halftime show. The Hawkeye women again tomorrow at 2 with Belmont, and then the Hawkeye men a 7 o'clock tip Monday night with Omaha pregame coverage with Bobby Hansen and yours truly starts at 6 o'clock Monday night. These Iowa basketball teams you want to get out and watch. They are exciting. The Hawkeye women lost a toughie at the buzzer to Kansas State the other night on the road in Manhattan. The Hawkeye men knocked off Seton Hall out in Jersey. The Big Ten Big East challenge. Empty backfield again. Spencer's going to throw downfield. Here's the snap. Minnesota rushing 3. Petra steps up in the pocket, has Reganey open, but only for a brief second. He was bracketed by the corner and the safety, and the ball was thrown out of bounds. So time for one more play. Justin Wally and Jordan Howden. Howden the safety, Wally the cornerback. He's had a busy first half. That ball was out of bounds near the Iowa 30.
But even if you catch that pass, you're not in field goal range, you know.
Brody Breck this time splits wide left. Reganey in the slot with him. And Deontay Vines. Here's Gavin Williams on a counter draw handoff. Gets close to the first down mark at the 45-yard line of Iowa. And that'll be it for the first half. 10-7. The Hawkeyes and the Gophers head to the locker room to warm up, regroup, and make adjustments. Come back with us here for the Bud Light halftime show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
With Ed Bodolak, Gary Dolphin back at Huntington Bank Stadium and on the campus of the University of Minnesota. We're at halftime, Iowa 10 and the Gophers of Minnesota 7. Still a half to play. Ed, when the offenses have had the wind, they've scored. Now, I want to give Spencer Petras credit because he's moved the ball well into the wind, but on a day like today, every point is valuable. The Hawkeyes, on their first drive of the afternoon, marched 59 yards. It ended in a 38-yard field goal by Drew Stevens. And then the Hawks, on their next possession, drove it 66 yards. Iowa 66 yards in 12 plays, used 6.5 minutes of clock. And Petras punched it in on a quarterback sneak. Drew Stevens' point after made it 10-0 Iowa. Sam Laporta was instrumental in both those scoring drives before he got hurt. Some type of right leg injury. Midway through that second period, he has not been back. Amadi Potabom also has been on the sidelines with an injury. So that's the negative news. But the Hawks had a 10-0 lead. Second quarter, Minnesota gets the ball and the wind, and they drive 72 yards, 9 plays using 5.5 minutes. Mo Ibrahim punched it in from 5 yards away. Matt Trickett's point after was good. It's 10-7. That's where we are at the break. Your thoughts?
Well, the wind definitely was good to both teams in the ball game so far. Minnesota had one first down at the end of the first quarter and got 7 more in the second quarter. The Laporta case is a tough one because he is so important to this offense, and I'd say, by the way, he was running over there trying to come back in. We're probably not going to see him.
Oh, that hurts. Our halftime coverage is sponsored by Bud Light. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. One more home game, Iowa, Nebraska, coming up Friday. 10-7 at halftime. Work to be done here yet by the Hawkeyes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Iowa football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
10-7. Iowa with the lead over the Minnesota Golden Gophers. 10-7 at the half. A great first half before he got hurt anyway for Sam Laporte. He's caught 4 passes for 95 yards, and his clutch catches set up both scores. And 82 yards after the catch. So 82 of his 95 yards, he is running down the field. So they're going to have to find a way to get it done without Sam. It doesn't look like he's coming back. Luke Lachey had 3 catches for 44 yards in the first half. But the rushing attack, anemic, just 13 net yards when you back out 20 yards of losses by poor snaps or Spencer Petras just going down, not taking a chance to throw it downfield. Spencer had a really good first half throwing, 10 of 14 for 157 yards, quarterback rating of 165.5. For Minnesota, of course, their star, the All-American tailback Mo Ibrahim, he got going on that touchdown drive. 15 carries, 88 yards, and their lone score. Kaliakmanis, the quarterback, very serviceable. They completed a couple of clutch third downs on that touchdown drive. 6 of 7 he is for 73 yards. Total offense, Minnesota 173, Iowa 170. Lots to be decided here in the second half. Iowa leading 10-7 over the Minnesota Golden Gophers. This holiday season is coming fast. It's upon us. Visit your local Iowa lottery retailer for some holiday scratch tickets. Then enter your non-winners in the VIP club for a chance to win big cash prizes up to $100,000. Visit IALottery.com for details. 10-7, the Hawks lead the Gophers at the half, and a scoreboard is coming up next here on the Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Halftime Show. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pre-game routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pre-game parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
You keep coming, you keep playing, and the jackpots keep adding up. You know how to win, Iowa, and we're all for it. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel has the jackpots and cash prizes you're after. We're heading towards $30 million in jackpots this year. Want your share? Join Club Wild today and get in on all the winning. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel, Clinton, Emmitsburg, and Jefferson. Visit wildroseresorts.com. Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Gary Dolphin back at Huntington Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, where Iowa leads Minnesota 10-7 at the half. Coach Ferentz will talk with our Rob Brooks when we return here on the Anheuser-Busch Bud Light halftime show. Hawks up 3, trying desperately to hang on to Floyd of Rosedale. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Hawkeye football all season long. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
The Iowa Hawkeyes are officially bowl eligible. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited is proud to be the official bowl game travel partner for the University of Iowa, with upcoming travel information available soon. Enter your email now at hawkeyesports.com/bowl central and be the first to receive information when the bowl game is announced. Various options will be available, so make sure you get on the list to find out. hawkeyesports.com/bowl central. Go Hawks! You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
And while we await Kirk Ferentz to reappear and talk with Robbie Brooks here before we get underway in the second half. Some finals in the Big Ten this afternoon. They're all final with the exception of Penn State and Rutgers. And, of course, this game, they just went to half. Penn State leads Rutgers 28-10. Earlier, the Hawks got some help. Well, the Hawks and the Gophers got some help from Michigan. Michigan rallied with a last-second field goal and defeated Illinois 19-17 in Ann Arbor. Illinois now 4-4 in the West Division. Indiana outlasted Michigan State in double overtime, 39-31. Purdue escaped Northwestern 17-9, and Wisconsin rallied to clip Nebraska 15-14 out in Lincoln. Minnesota has to go to Wisconsin next week. The Hawkeyes, of course, are home for Nebraska on Friday afternoon in the Shields Hero game. The Hawks are swarming back onto the field now, led by Coach Kirk Ferentz. And here's Kirk with Robbie.
Well, Coach, you always like fast starts, and certainly the offense showed some life there.
Yeah, it really did. They've done a pretty good job, and it's going to be a 30-minute game, but both sides have done some good things. I think we can still do better.
Well, the key things there, just make sure that they don't get any rhythm offensively, especially the run game.
Yeah, we got to do a better job against the run, obviously, and then they hit the one pass there. Last possession, so try to limit the big plays, and then we got to get them off guard a little bit with the run game.
Coach, thanks very much.
Thanks, Rob.
And that was the one good thing, though, that did take place, that long drive, Dolph. As you mentioned, no points for the Gophers, but I want to shore up that defense up front. And Eddie, you made the comment about Sam Laporta, the way he walked in the locker room. I think you're exactly right. Fortunately done for the afternoon. And then I'd also put Monty Potabom, the Hawkeye fullback, in that category as well.
Yeah, two key cogs for the Iowa offense, not only this year, but their entire careers.
Well, and you know, at least at the fullback spot, you know, with that, when Potabom goes down, you've got Palisard, and they're pretty similar in size. I think Potabom may be a better receiver, but they use the fullbacks to block a lot, putting him out in like a triple wing set, bringing him back over the middle. So that'll be important to see how he plays.
And without Laporta, Addison Ostrenga becomes the second tight end. Luke Lachey, obviously the primary target now at that position anyway for Spencer Petras, who threw for 157 yards in the first half. Let's have more of that in the second half. And you know, Phil Parker and his defensive coaches will make adjustments to slow down hopefully their outstanding tailback Mo Ibrahim, who ran for 88 yards on 15 carries and their lone score in the first half. 10-7 Iowa leading at halftime. John Swisher has more scores.
Dolph, you and I all over South Dakota, 58-14. Drake shut out Valparaiso 24-0. Iowa State will host Texas Tech in Ames at 6 o'clock tonight. D3 football playoffs. Wartburg advances on to the second round next Saturday at St. John's, Minnesota. They beat Wisconsin Lacrosse in Waverly today, 14-6. Top 25, Clemson over Miami 24-3 in the third quarter. Elsewhere, it's Georgia 16, Kentucky 0. Louisville beating North Carolina State 13-10, and halftime Cincinnati over Temple 17-3.
Hawks won the opening coin toss, or the coin toss for the day, and deferred, so Iowa will get the ball to start the second half. Minnesota's elected to go with the wind in the third quarter. Ed, your thoughts there?
Well, that's interesting because as tight as this game is going to be, having that wind in the fourth quarter in order to kick a field goal, I think this is a good situation for the Hawkeyes.
Well, Iowa has Caleb Johnson back deep. Minnesota with Trickett, or excuse me, Kesich, run up and kick the ball, and over the head of Johnson, out of bounds with that breeze. And it'll come out first and 10 at the 25-yard line. So Iowa goes first and 10 on the first possession. Remember what happened a couple weeks ago at Purdue going into the win. Second play from scrimmage. Caleb Johnson busted off right guard and tackle, 75 yards and a touchdown. Wouldn't it be nice to have that happen? History repeat itself here tonight in Minneapolis. Reganey goes in motion. Petras on a play fake. Roll out right. He had everybody fooled, but ends up getting just 2 net yards as he's forced out of bounds. Everybody covered downfield.
Yeah, that was good. A coverage sack. It wasn't a sack, but he had no place to go with the ball, even though with a good fake. The Minnesota backside of the defense was not fooled.
Minnesota, solid defense, much like Iowa's. These two defenses are top 20, top 15, really, in every major statistical category. Petras goes, again, empty backfield, and a quick out pattern is caught for a good 7 or 8 yards. Well, maybe not quite 7 or 8 yards, and that's that young freshman from Wisconsin, Addison Ostrenga. They really like him.
Yep. Good job on his part, and he's not had a chance to play much this year, so this will be a big half for him.
He got 5, net of 5, third down 3 for the Hawks as they go from the Minnesota, or from the Iowa 32-yard line. Reganey and Brody Breck. Brody's had a good first half, couple catches. And Arlen Bruce is split wide right. Here we go. Big play on third down. Petrus rolls out to his left, throws, caught. Oh, and a heck of a shot taken by Brody Breck. He bounces up and heads back to the huddle after a first down catch across the Iowa 45-yard line.
And what a throw going to his left. Spencer was having trouble with that throw earlier in the season, but he's obviously worked on that because that was zipped right in there.
14 yards. Petrus, he just trotted out to his left. Good protection by that moving line. And 14 yards later, the Hawks have a first down near midfield. Now Petrus is up under center, trying to get the running game going, and a big hole initially closed in a hurry. Caleb Johnson had a gaping hole over center and left guard. That A gap was wide open, but their All-American linebackers, Sorey Marin and Cody Lindenberg, all of a sudden were in the hole.
Yeah, I thought he was going to break this for a big gainer, but that middle linebacker,
Mariano Sorey Marin,
tackled him in open space.
He looked like he was going to run for 20, and he nets 3 to the 49-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Second down, 7. Petrus sends Reganey in motion. They're going to run the other way with Caleb on the cutback. He gets across midfield to the Minnesota 49. And let's see, about 49-yard line. It'll be third down and 5. Hawks have used about 3 minutes of this third quarter driving into the win, leading Minnesota 10-7. Hawks are 3 of 6 on third down.
Yep. Now this is again that Newman at safety or whatever they just listed him as a defensive back, came up, drove on the ball carrier and stopped him well short of where I thought he was going.
A bunch package of receivers wide left, and now Bruce shifts left to right. Empty backfield. Petrus to throw, and it is incomplete. Down at the 35-yard line of Minnesota, Luke Lachey was the intended target. He ran a deep square out. Tyler Newman, that safety's had a heck of a game. He was there again to knock the ball away. 6'2", senior, 210 pounds from St. Charles, Illinois. He rode Lachey right out of the play. So Tory Taylor will come on. If nothing else, the Hawks flip field position here, and Taylor will punt into the win.
Very important.
The first possession of the third quarter. Here's the snap to Torrey. He gets it away, and that wind really plays havoc with it, but he gets a nice friendly roll inside the 15 to the 14. That thing just landed with a thud at the 20-yard line, and went end over end, crawled its way to the 14-yard line and died there.
Yeah, after that big hit that he had on a punt in the first half, that ball went nowhere, but we got a good roll.
Minnesota ball when we come back, their first possession of the third quarter, with Iowa leading 10-7. That was a 34-yard net punt. Good job, Tory Taylor. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes, thank you.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the Game Day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right. The game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Hawkeyes will go on defense for the first time today here shortly as Minnesota with its first possession of the second half with the win. November is Men's Health Awareness Month. Urinary and sexual health have a huge impact on your quality of life. UI Healthcare offers confidential, compassionate care for men just like you. Schedule an appointment with a men's health specialist today. Visit uihc.org/urology and learn more. Kaliakmanis at quarterback for the injured Tanner Morgan, who didn't play last week, not playing tonight as well. And here we go, the first play for Minnesota with the great tailback Mo Ibrahim standing next to the quarterback. Here he comes on that lead draw, ran right into Jack Campbell, and this time he goes backwards.
Yeah, and I'm sure there was a discussion at halftime among the defensive players and staff that they've got to get him on the ground. They can't let him make that second effort for 3 or 4 more yards.
He gouged out 2, but when he got to the 17, Big Jack, that's a fact, Jack, backed up by Noah Shannon. Second down 8. Twin receivers left. Slot, twin receivers right for Kaliakmanis. Now the slot receiver goes in motion. Play fake to Ibrahim, and boy, they gave the receiver on a deep slant a lot of room, and he catches the ball at the 30-yard line. That's a gain of 13 and a first down.
Yeah, I'm sure that's something that they talked about at halftime in the Minnesota offense, is that we were cheating inside to stop the run, and that's going to make that slant wide open, and that's what they ran right there.
The Hawks, when Minnesota shifted, Iowa went to single coverage, and Cooper DeJean had their best receiver, Daniel Jackson, all alone. He gave him room, and he gets the first down. Here's Ibrahim, tripped up at the line of scrimmage by John Wagner, reached in there and got him stumbling forward, and his knee went down at the 33-yard line. So after all that, it's a net gain of 2. Daniel Jackson with his second catch today. 28 grabs on the year. 5 minutes gone, third quarter. Iowa 10, Minnesota 7. Now the big tight end, Brevin Spanford, splits wide left. They have twin receivers to the short side of the field. They're going to run Ibrahim. Oh, and Iowa blitzed. And there he goes. Mo Ibrahim run down on the angle by Cooper DeJean, but shoved out of bounds at the 14-yard line. That's where Minnesota will go 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 14. Hawks ran, it looked like a delayed blitz, and there was nobody home, and Minnesota caught him.
They went and ran the blitz from the cornerback, and just no chance. That was just a great call by the offense.
54 yards for Ibrahim. He's over 100 again. He's already broken Darrell Thompson's record of 19 touchdowns, most in a single season for a Minnesota running back. Here's Ibrahim again off the left side on the counter. That counter's worked well. He gets 5 on first down. From the 14 to the 9, 2nd down and 5 for Minnesota. Lucas Van Ness, haven't called his name today, and he gets him on the ground. The only thing that saved that from being a touchdown is Ibrahim. He doesn't have great open field speed. He's fast enough, though. And Cooper DeJean, who's got great speed, angled across the field and got him out of bounds. At the Iowa 9, 3 receivers, 1 running back. For Kaliakmanis, tight end is in the slot right. They play fake to Ibrahim. He throws it into the end zone, tipped away at the last. Play fake and a throw to the goalpost intended for Daniel Jackson, but he was well covered there, Ed.
Yeah, that was Campbell all the way back on the back edge of the goal line covering. He was double covered, and Jack Campbell really got back deep into the secondary.
He had a Hawkeye in his face, too, just as he let the ball go. It might have been Seth Benson. 3rd down and 5. Big play here for the Iowa defense. Bryce Williams is now in at running back for Minnesota. Haven't seen him today. The Hawks are showing blitz. Here they come. A pass to the end zone, incomplete. Well behind the intended receiver. And they got to Kaliak-Manis just as he was cocking and throwing the football, and he's slow to get up.
Yeah, and that's what they wanted to do. And the safety blitz all the way. Schulte coming in from the right side of the defense, and I'm sure that Parker at halftime said, we got to get some heat on this guy.
Michael Brown Stevens was the intended receiver, so they have to settle for the field goal try. And here comes the boot, and Trickett, Matthew Trickett, knocks it through. Short kick, almost an extra point try. What was that, about 24 yards? It looks like 27 yards. Ties the game at 10. So good for the Iowa defense. They gave up the big rushing play to Ibrahim. Nothing embarrassing about that. He's punched through the best defenses along the way in his career. But this is a Minnesota team averaging 31, 32 points a game. So here we are, 10-10 midway through the third quarter. Now the Iowa offense needs to answer. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
10-10 football game. The Hawks and the Gophers tied up. The battle for Floyd of Rosedale, college football's most popular trophy game, as voted on by college football fans a year or two ago, and rightfully so. 88 times these two teams have squared off. Hawks have one more win than the Gophers do in the battle for Floyd. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. And hi to the folks in Creston listening in on KSIB FM 101.3. Out in Nestorville, it's KILR FM 97.3 and 95.9. In Marshalltown, KFJB AM 1230. Muscatine, it's KWPC AM and FM. In Omaha, KIBM AM and FM. In Sioux Center, it's KIHK FM 106.9. Of course, our flagship stations, WHO in Des Moines, WMT 100 Years Young in Cedar Rapids, KXIC in Iowa City, and in the Quad Cities, WOC 1420 on the AM dial. Minnesota will kick off after a 76-yard 8-play drive, 54 of it coming on the run by Mo Ibrahim, who now has 150 yards on 19 carries. Caleb Johnson back deep for the Hawks. Here's Trickett's run up, or Kesich's run up, and boot again over the head of Caleb. Caleb Johnson has been limited to 22 rushing yards on 7 carries. So the Hawks another 8.5 minutes, 8 minutes 20 seconds to be exact, going into the breeze that hasn't let up much, Ed, all day.
Nope. And Eli Miller coming in at fullback again.
That Iowa depth tested on offense today with Laporta hurt and out, and Monty Pottebaum injured and out. So Eli Miller throws a block for LaShawn Williams, and they run blitz again.
They have 9 people in the box.
Yeah, this has been an ugly pattern all year long. Opponents ganging up on the Hawkeye run. Thomas Rush, the defensive end, cleaned up on LaShawn Williams. No gain. Second down 10 at the 25. Hawks would take a tie game and get to the win with the fourth quarter. Obviously, they'd like a score. Empty backfield. They've been running a lot of empty here. Petrus to throw. 5 receivers. Here's a toss to the outside. Caught and out of bounds. That's a heck of a catch by Nico Reganey. And Petrus put it on that back shoulder where only he could get it.
And a beautiful throw. And it was over a cornerback that had come up, I mean, in that wind.
Gain of 11. First down at the 36-yard line. Hawks again moving the football. They got just beyond midfield their first possession of the third quarter before they had to punt it away into the wind. Minnesota went off on a nice long drive. Here's LaShawn Williams with a nice cutback left to right. He's at midfield, still plowing into Minnesota territory at the 47. Big run, big hole there off the right guard position.
Yeah, and he ran through the safety, came up on a blitz again, and once he got through his arms at the line of scrimmage, nobody back there.
Big blocking, a big hole created by the blocking off the right side. I think that's Nick DeYoung. Yeah, right guard out of Pella, 18 yards on the handoff. And here's Caleb Johnson. Look out, he gets the corner turned. He's down the sideline, can't quite keep his balance. He's out of bounds, or he'd have been gone. He just got to lean in a little, or that's LaShawn Williams. No, it is Caleb. They've been alternating Caleb Johnson with LaShawn Williams. And Caleb, giving LaShawn a break after that 18-yard run, gobbles up 21, and it could have been a touchdown.
Yeah,
but he's out of bounds at the 27-yard line of Minnesota.
Offensive line doing a much better job now of scraping off the guy at the line of scrimmage and getting into the secondary for a block.
That's Jack Plum and Nick DeYoung over on that right side. Logan Jones out there with him. Petrus, here comes a blitz. Spencer is going to get dropped at the 36.
How could he not see that? Came right into his face.
A loss of 10. Terrell Smith came clean on a corner blitz, and a big loss back to the 36-yard line.
He was coming all the way, and he's coming from the side that Spencer can see. It's not a blind side.
Second down 20. Big play by the Minnesota defense. Petrus, empty backfield. He's going to try and get some of it back here. Now he rolls out right and throws it away. You'd think Minnesota has 15 or 20 defenders on the field. Everybody's covered and everybody's running upfield.
They do a great job with a regular old 4-3 defense, but boy, do they blitz a lot of safeties and cornerbacks.
They do, and they're going to be coming here. Third down and 20. Oh, that took them out of field goal range, particularly with the wind in their face. Well, let's see what they can do here on third and long. Gavin Williams deep set as a tailback. Petrus up under center. Now tight end Lachey comes in motion, and they're just going to hand off to Gavin Williams, and he's spun down at the line of scrimmage. Got back to the line of scrimmage and nothing after that. Kyler Baugh, the defensive tackle, and Cody Lindeberg. He's had a heck of a game today. So the Hawkeyes, 4 minutes and 52 seconds, and the clock running, will send out Torrey Taylor. 10-10. Hawks and Gophers tied up. Iowa led 10-7 at the half. Minnesota with a field goal on its first possession. Torrey's averaged about 40 yards on 2 punts. And here's one that will hit at the 3. Knocked down there by Cooper DeJean. Taylor waited just long enough for Cooper to get downfield, and he makes another incredible play as his punt landed at the 5 and was headed right up the hash to the end zone, and Cooper DeJean was already standing there and just blasted like a tennis net return save.
Yeah, he got down inside the 5, and he said, "I'll be here. Go ahead and let it go."
Minnesota will have it 1st and 10 at its own 3 when play resumes. A 33-yard net punt. Never a prettier 33-yard punt than that one. 10-10 score. Back in a minute to Minneapolis. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
A criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Welcome back to our well-marked Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage of Hawkeye football from Minnesota. Battle for Floyd of Rosedale. We're knotted up at 10. Minnesota has forced an Iowa punt, but they'll start. The Gophers will. 1st and 10 at their own 3-yard line, thanks to Torrey Taylor and Cooper DeJean. That's been quite the double play combination this year, hasn't it?
It sure has. I mean, DeJean has caught a couple of them inside the 5 that didn't even hit the ground. He just went down there and Torrey punted it to him.
In business, Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. Minnesota ready to go 1st and 10. Ibrahim is in the end zone, as is quarterback Kaliakmanis, I should say. This is where the Hawkeye defense has fashioned more than one safety this year. 1st and 10, a 10-10 football game. They're going to run that same draw handoff to Mo Ibrahim, and down he goes. He got drilled right as he approached the 5-yard line. May have gotten 1 or 2, and he disappeared in a hurry, and we've got an injured Gopher on the field. Looks like left tackle Ariante Asiri. And man, he's hurt. He looks like he's grabbing that left ankle. Timeout on the field. When Iowa grows corn, all Iowans win. Corn grows fuel. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun, corny giveaways. Redshirt sophomore from Kansas City, Ariante Asiri. He's been solid all year long. We'll pause and come back to Minnesota and Huntington Stadium in just a minute. 4 minutes, 13 seconds to play third quarter. Tie game at 10. Minnesota will have 2nd and 8 from its 5 when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hawkeye football brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. We needed some health insurance out here today. They've been dropping Sam Laporta for Iowa along with Monty Pottebaum, left in the second quarter, have not returned. Now Ariante Asiri, their starting left tackle, limped off the field. His backup is his replacement is Martez Lewis. And Mo Ibrahim will never gain a tougher 2 yards than the play right before the injury. He ran headlong into Jack Campbell.
Yeah, Jack was sitting right there and put his shoulder underneath his chin, shot his hips, just the way they draw it up.
8 tackles, 4 solo for Campbell. Benson has a half a dozen tackles. 2 individual. Second down 8. Minnesota in treacherous territory at its own 5-yard line after the Torrey Taylor punt in a 10-10 football game. 4 minutes and change left to go. Third quarter. Hawks will have the wind in the fourth. Iowa rushing 4. Here's the snap. They run that draw again to Ibrahim, and he's grabbed from behind, ankle tackled. Nice play, Noah Shannon. Oh, he was ready to bust out. He got just shy of the 10, and Minnesota's looking at 3rd down and 3. Big play here, buddy boy.
Yep, Logan Lee in that mess too, but Shannon and Lee controlling the middle of that line of scrimmage.
And the Gophers look at 3rd down and a full 3 yards from just shy of the 10-yard line. Kaliak Manis. They're going to sweep Soren. Oh, look out. Ibrahim is free. First down, 25, 28-yard line. Great blocking again on that counter draw handoff.
Yeah, it's just pretty easy. He starts on the right side of the formation, comes around on the left side, and that big offensive line just walls off a lane for him to run through.
Yeah, by then they're dug in. 18 more yards for Ibrahim. He's heading for 200. He's really piling them up. And 3rd down conversions. That's what's really hurt the Hawks today. Still 10-10 game, though, but a fresh set of downs. Here he comes again. Mo Ibrahim threading the needle, picking his spots, and then thrown back after a gain of about 3. Line of scrimmage was a 29. He gets to the 32. It is a gain of 3. He's taking some shots. He keeps coming back for more. Bryce Williams, the running back, is in there now. Lucas Van Ness got a piece of Ibrahim. He's on that right side over there with Logan Lee. Now Lee shifting. 2nd down 7. Here comes a handoff to the backup tailback and a cutback. Runs into Noah Shannon, gets to the 35, where Minnesota will face 3rd and a long 4. That's Trey Potts, the backup. That's his 5th carry of the day. He's just to give Ibrahim a breather, and he's going to come back in. And here comes Mo. Ibrahim 22 carries, 176 yards, and has Minnesota's lone touchdown. What do the Gophers do here on 3rd down and 4? Ball just across the 35. They give it to Ibrahim. He gets to the outside, trying to turn the. Can't do it. Knocked down for no gain. Cooper DeJean finished him off, but what a play by John Wagner.
Yep.
John's had a heck of a game today.
John Wagner got off of his block, ran him to the sideline so that Cooper could clean him up. Really good defensive play by those two players.
Well, the Gophers get a couple first downs, move it out of danger territory, shadow of their own goalpost from the 5-yard or 3-yard line out to the 34, and that's where they'll punt it away with the breeze. Cooper DeJean is standing back at his own 20, and the punt will come from about the 23. And it's wind aided and a good one. DeJean fields it at the 20. Makes a Gopher miss. Now heads for the far sideline. Trying to get the corner turn. Does. 30, 35. Still going up to the 40-yard line. Good job by Cooper DeJean. Man, oh man. One guy really whiffed on him. Had a full head of steam. Came downfield after the punt by Mark Crawford. And Cooper made him miss. Just a quick sidestep backwards. The guy went flying by and he headed for the far sideline where he got upfield. Let's see where they spot his momentum. Across the 35-yard line. That's a 17-yard return, as pretty as you'll ever see.
And you know, I can't even see the football from up here. I mean, it's so dark in here, and for him to make that kind of play, and that's should run out this third quarter, and we'll get the win from here on.
40 seconds to go in the third period. 45-yard punt, 18-yard return officially. What a play by Cooper DeJean. He just keeps doing it. Here's a good push for the Iowa offensive line, but LaShawn Williams with a little hesitation when he approached the line of scrimmage. That cost him a couple yards anyway. LaShawn did get forward for 3 or 4. Well, that's a really good push by the O-line.
Yeah, that and you know, you get to the point at this point of the game where you, as a running back, you just got to take what they give you and keep churning. He was trying to break it into more than was there. And right now, it's just every yard that you can get.
Jordan Howden, the safety, makes a stop, and that'll end the third quarter. Iowa, Minnesota, 10-10. Floyd's nervous over there, but still confidence in his Hawks. As we go to the fourth quarter, all tied up at 10, the Hawkeyes get the win. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Machine Shed, it's all about making things from scratch. From our fresh baked breads to serving real mashed potatoes. We source a variety of products from our community like locally grown sweet corn and garden fresh vegetables. A true dedication to the American farmer. We bake our own pies and our world famous cinnamon rolls every morning. And you have to try our signature dessert, the apple dumpling. The Machine Shed doesn't do things the easy way, only the right way.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Well, happy 18th birthday to Evan over in Zionsville, Illinois. And hi to the Kelchin family up in Worthington today. They had a big fundraiser for Sailor Kelchin. Sailor's undergoing treatment at Stead Family Children's Hospital in Iowa City. So I hope they had a great turnout there today for Sailor Kelchin's fundraiser. And Sailor, hope you're doing well. We know you're in great medical care. Doctors at the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics. Fourth quarter coming up. Minnesota and Iowa all tied at 10. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
Well, Dolph, once that sun went down, it's certainly really chilly. And to credit that defense for getting off the field there. That was key, as Kirk Ferentz talked about at the half. And defense comes over to the sideline. They are wrapped up in their coats and find those heated benches. As the nice thing about these, they are propane powered, and the heat comes up the bottom of the bench and also takes care of your feet as well. And that's where the defense right now.
Through three quarters, Minnesota and the Hawks almost dead even in yardage. Score tied at 10. Gophers have 280 total yards. Iowa 238. And Iowa's been strong in the passing game with 188, just 50 net yards rushing. Of course, with Mo Ibrahim, Minnesota's got it done on the ground. 193 rushing yards, 87 through the air. And here we sit at 10-10. Minnesota 23 minutes of possession to 21 for the Hawkeyes. 23 and change to 21 and change. About as even as we predicted, Ed.
Yeah, it sure is. And, you know, the good part of all this now is the Hawks have the wind in the fourth quarter, and it's still blowing down there.
There's still plenty of wind. Both teams have won 3 straight games. And in the hunt for the Big Ten's West Division title, Illinois has lost today to Michigan on a last-second field goal. And the winner of this game will tie Purdue at 5-3 for the lead in the West with 1 week remaining. The work to be done here. Can't worry about the standings. It'd be nice to see the Hawks with good field position at the 40 after the punt return by Cooper DeJean get downfield for some kind of score. And LaShawn Williams shaking and baking as he got to the line of scrimmage. Got forward for about 3. Line of scrimmage, original line of scrimmage at 37. He gets to just across the 40, second down 7. Kyler Baugh, defensive tackle, slowed him down, and help arrived in a hurry. Minnesota in the all purple uniforms today. The Hawks on the road white with the black and gold trim. Ball across the 40, second down for Iowa. Now Spencer goes empty. We've had a lot of empty backfield stuff in the second half for the Hawkeyes, so Petrus has to get rid of it. It's like he was setting up the screen. Oh, and he had a man wide open, Reganey, up the far sideline, and the ball had a ton of zip on it. And I don't know if Nico picked it up late, got his hands on it, but couldn't reel it in.
Well, and the wind is blowing it, so it makes it an overthrow. But that time, Minnesota just rushed 4 and dropped everybody back, and we still got behind him. Reganey got behind him, and
that was 6.
Yeah.
That was 6. He had a safety closing on him. May not have gotten to the end zone, but a big play there. So the Hawkeyes are going to have to punt it away on 4th down. 4th down and 7. Here's a line drive kick that hits at the 7, grabbed at the 3, and Cooper DeJean downfield tackles the punt returner. He couldn't have known where he was. He had no idea what yard line he was standing on.
Punt returner, because the ball was going into the end zone, and he took it inside his own 5. Cooper DeJean down there to tackle him.
Yeah, that's Quentin Redding. The ball hit at the 7, hopped up, or at about the 10, hopped up, and he grabbed it at the 3-yard line, and by then DeJean was all over him like a cheap suit and threw him down in the end zone. A 52-yard punt by Torrey Taylor and a negative 4-yard return. So the Hawkeye defense will try and hold Minnesota there and force a punt into the win. Iowa football is sponsored by Wellmark. Blue is freedom to choose the doctors you want. Blue is affordable with plans to fit your budget, because Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Get all-in-one plans with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Find the right plan for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Iowa trying to ruin Minnesota's senior day. Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football from Minneapolis. Great punt by Torrey Taylor. Bad decision by the punt returner Quentin Redding, and he's dropped at the 3-yard line by Cooper DeJean. That's where Minnesota will put it in play. 1st and 10, and the Iowa defense knows they're going to get a healthy dose of Mo Ibrahim right here with 174 yards on 23 carries, a 7.5 yard average. He averages 5.5 on the season, Ed. And this is mano on mano here.
That it is. This is where the strong survive, and they've got Black in it and Graves in at the 2 down tackles.
Kaliakmanis with 13:59 to go in the game. 10-10 tie. Standing in the end zone in the gun. And here's the handoff to Ibrahim. Gets to the outside. They do a great job on the seal block. And he gets all the way out to the 19. 16 yards on first down.
And they get the cornerback blocked with the wide receiver. And Riley Moss doesn't get blocked very often, but just can't let him out of that trap like that.
1st and 10 at the 3, and now they've got 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line. Twin receivers outside right, or wide right, and a single receiver to the short side of the field. It takes so long to get that handoff. They know it's coming, and he still gets through. And here he is for 5 or close to 10 more. Off the right side. Well, you've mentioned it a couple times today. That offensive line is special.
Yeah, I think it's the best one we've seen this year, and that includes Michigan and Ohio State.
A gain of 8 off the right side. Kayvon Merriweather saved further damage, but it's 2nd and short at the 27-yard line with 13 minutes to go in the game and a 10-10 tie. Kaliakmanis slaps his hands together. Here comes Mo Ibrahim again. Big push forward by the line. First down across the 30 to the 31 for the Hawkeyes. We've not had a turnover today. Both teams are +5 on the season in turnovers. Very, very good. Of course, Minnesota hasn't had to throw the ball that much. Kaliakmanis 7 of 10 for 87 yards. It's that number 24, that tailback. He's been their passing and running game today. He gobbles up big yardage. 1st and 10. Play fake to Ibrahim this time, and the pass is knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Good effort by the Hawkeyes. Jack Campbell ran the loose ball down. Kaliakmanis had one swatted away. It was a low line drive throw right at the line of scrimmage with Y.A. Black, who's 6'5". Yeah. He can get up.
Yep, that was, and he got his hands up just perfect to knock that down, and a slant again, which has been tough on us.
Minnesota native Y.A. Black gets the deflection. Kaliakmanis now faces 2nd down 10, 3 receivers and a tight end. They flip the toss sweep to Ibrahim. He gets upfield for 7, maybe 8. Give him 7. It's going to be 3rd down and 3.
I mean, he can't tackle that guy.
It's slow motion, and boom, he's gone. I mean, he just waits for the hole to open, and he's still 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That's what's amazing. He always gets positive yardage in the end.
And those offensive linemen stay with their blocks. They just wear your defensive line out.
3rd and 3 at the 37 of Minnesota. Hawks need a stop here. 4 receivers and a running back. And here comes, the quarterback keeper. First down. That's what Ibrahim does to you, and he goes to the ground at the Iowa 40. Unbelievable. Quinn Schulte was coming in for the tackle, and Kaliak Mackis. I don't know if I'll get that straight before the day's over. Kaliak Manis runs to the Iowa 43-yard line, first down.
Yeah, it's just a heck of a call in this situation. The Hawks expecting just more of the same, and we get tricked.
247 rushing yards for Minnesota. And Iowa's so good against the run. 1st and 10. The drive started at the Minnesota 3. Here's Ibrahim. And he gets underneath Lucas Van Ness for about 2. We're down to 11 minutes to play in the game. Minnesota driving into the wind. Second down, they give him 8. Or excuse me, they give him 2. It's second down and 8. Well, the Hawks need to rev up and stop him right here. Don't let him get any closer to that field goal attempt. Ibrahim still in the game. They have a single receiver wide right, twin receivers to the left, and again a huge hole for Ibrahim as he hops down to the 37-yard line of the Hawkeyes. They need to get to the 33 for a first down. That's a gain of a little more than 3.
You're right, that was a huge hole.
Gigantic hole. And we've not had flags today.
I don't think we've had
Have we had any penalties? I don't think we have. 0 penalties. It's about as clean as it gets. Sure, the Hawks would beg to differ at the line of scrimmage with holes like that. Minnesota now going to have to call a timeout. Looks like Ibrahim has got a loose face mask.
Minnesota. This first of the half.
I mean, he's only carried the ball 29 times, and he's had 3 or 4 games with 30 carries this year.
The last 2.
Timeout on the field. On Hawkeye game days, we wear Authentic Brand. Ed and I do. Expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable. Authentic Brand's selection of premium Hawkeye gear should be your choice on game days and every day. Make it yours today and shop authentic-brand.com or find retailers near you. No one gets you closer to college football than SiriusXM. Download the SiriusXM app. Take your Hawkeyes with you all season long. Tune in to Big Ten Radio exclusively on SiriusXM for news, talk, analysis, and more. Straight from your phone, no car required. SiriusXM. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Hawkeye football from Minneapolis, 10-10 score. Minnesota's had the ball for the last 4 minutes, 9:42 to play in the game. On a drive that started at the Gopher 3, it's now reached the Iowa 37. Rob Brooks has a injury update on the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
Yeah, left tackle for Minnesota, Dolph. Ariante Assyria didn't look good when he went into the medical tent, but he's back out on that drive, which has certainly aided the Gophers up front.
Boy, has it ever. The Hawks just not able to stop the run, or not able to stop Mo Ibrahim, nor has anybody else this year. 216 yards on 29 carries for Ibrahim against one of the best rush defenses in college football. Well, 3rd down and 4 for the Gophers at the Iowa 37. And Ibrahim runs straight forward for maybe 2. Going to be a couple yards shy of a 1st down. And let's see what the gambler PJ Fleck decides to do here. 35 would be an over a 50-yard field goal attempt into the wind. It's a pretty easy choice, isn't it?
Yeah, they send in an extra lineman and an extra tight end. So it's going to be a big wall of Gophers coming at you.
The Gophers are 5 of 8 on 4th down this season. 62.5%. Here we go. 4th down and 2. Galiakmanis appears to be changing the call. Why would you? They go with Mo Ibrahim, and he appears to have the 1st down. Just hopped over right guard.
He can read the entire front, whether he wants to break it right, left, go straight ahead. He's got tremendous vision, and it just accelerates like you can't believe it.
That Iowa defense really can't do anymore. They stood their ground by the time they find the guy. He's 3 yards downfield for the 1st down. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 33. This is some kind of impressive ground and pound. And here he comes again on the drop step draw handoff. Ooh, and he is tattooed as he got to the line of scrimmage. Got a yard. Ethan Herkett and Jack Campbell. Herkett underneath, Campbell on top. And Mo's going to have a sore body tomorrow morning.
Well, at least it's cold now. He won't swell up while he's out there playing now.
Spahn and Rose hammer hit there by Campbell and Herkett. Ball at the 30-yard line. 2nd down 8 for the Hawkeyes. Well, they got to stop him here and force a field goal try. They're using up most of this 4th quarter clock. 7:49 to go. Here's Ibrahim. Reverses motion. Gets big yardage inside the 25 to the 24. What a change of direction.
He came to a dead stop 2 yards down the field and then accelerated back the other way.
By then, the offensive line had its footing. And there's not much the Hawks can do if they get their bodies on you. They're going to drive you back.
And here comes that extra offensive lineman.
3rd down and 2, Ed.
Yep.
And I still think they're in 4-down territory. Let's hope they have to think about it. A lot of Blutos up there front, 7 or 8 of them. Here's Ibrahim again. 1st down. He's knocked down inside the 20. Higgins, the linebacker for the Hawkeyes, but Mo keeps mowing forward. 19-yard line, 1st and 10. This drive started at the 3-yard line of Minnesota.
And how many passes has there been in it?
13 plays, 78 yards. Has there been a pass?
No, there hasn't been a pass I can remember.
13 runs. So you know it's coming. Hawks rushing 4. Here's a handoff again to Ibrahim. And he runs into a wall, but still backs forward for about 3. 6.5 minutes to go in the game. Deontay Craig in on the tackle. They're using a lot of time. Minnesota with 275 rushing yards today. 236 for Ibrahim. See if the Hawks can force a fumble. Is that possible? This guy doesn't fumble either. Here he comes again off right guard. Gets through a hole, then it closes in a hurry. Good job of the Iowa front. Boy, they're fighting it.
Yep.
Jack Campbell right in the middle of it again with Jay Higgins. But time is racing away. 5:50, 5:40 to play in the game. 10-10. Iowa, Minnesota. Hawks grabbed a 10-0 lead in the first period. Minnesota came back, got it tied before halftime. Scoreless third quarter. And here we are with a little more than 5 minutes to play in the game. Minnesota at the Iowa 14-yard line on 3rd down and 4. Here's Ibrahim. Cuts back. Fighting for the ball's out. Ball's out. The Hawkeyes have it. The Hawkeyes have it. Well, I guess he does fumble. I guess he does fumble. Iowa football at the 10-yard line of the Hawks.
I mean, he's only carried the ball, what, 15 times in a row? I guess at some point you've got to get a little tired, and that's just what happens here.
Another good cut. He's racing on a sweep left. Cut it back inside, and as he was gang tackled, the ball came out, and both officials right on top of it. Deontay Craig came up with the football. Now let's find out who jarred it loose. We'll do that when we come back. Timeout on the field. The Hawkeyes get the valuable turnover and now have the football. Can Iowa move down field with 5:07 to go and get the winning score? We'll see in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to football. Big Ten style in the cold and the wind in Minneapolis. Iowa 10, Minnesota 10. We had just talked about neither team had coughed the ball up. Both are +5 on the season. And a couple plays later, Mo Ibrahim, you can't blame him if he's worn out. 37 carries, 243 yards, a 6.5-yard average. And Minnesota, without a pass, just drove it 88 yards, 16 plays, and just shy of 9 minutes of clock used at Podolak before Jack Campbell and Quinn Schulte combined on the tackle and forced fumble and plopped on by Deontay Craig. So the Hawks turn Minnesota away at their own 10-yard line and have it 1st and 10 with the wind and 5:07 to go.
Well, that drive against one of the best run defenses in the country is hard to explain.
One thing that isn't hard to explain, Minnesota's defense is well rested. That's for sure. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wimmers. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye sports than Wimmers Meats. Premium quality choice hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Petrus is in the gun, 1st and 10. Back to pass, sets up the screen, the tight end screen, and that loses 2 yards.
That was the same play we opened the game with. And this time went for nothing.
It went big for Sam Laporta to start the game to the tune of 58 yards, but the Hawks lose yardage there. Well, actually, they give Lachey back to the line of scrimmage, so the Hawks will take it. 2nd down 10. Arlen Bruce, who's back in the lineup but not heard from today, splits wide right. Brody Brex had a good day. He's wide right, wide left, and here is a deflected pass in and out of the arms of LaShawn Williams, and almost should have been intercepted. Almost picked off by Minnesota.
Should have been intercepted. Hit him right between the numbers.
Terrell Smith, the cornerback, was right there. Oh my! The last thing you need is a 3 and out after that defense just played their guts out for almost 9 minutes. But the Hawks, trying to throw out of the hole, face third down and 10. Empty backfield. Petrus needs to make a play here along with his teammates. Minnesota only rushing 3. Here's a pass downfield and well out of the reach of Brody Breck. That was good coverage by Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota only rushed 3, dropped 8. Expecting a pass down the middle.
A little high even for Brody Breck, who's 6'3", 6'4".
Another guy down, a Minnesota player down.
Can't quite make out the number. It looks like Donald Willis, who was in there for the injured Braylon Oliver. So they've lost both their left side outside linebackers. And we'll check that out. He's trying to get up. The Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series. It's all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and Hawkeyes work hard all year to get ready for the season ahead, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Iowa Corn. Now's your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa's football program to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. That's iowaswarm.com. And let's hear from Bud and Mary's.
Okay. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans just like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more.
Minnesota used almost 9 minutes on the previous drive. The Hawks, after a 3 and out and 48 seconds, must punt it right back to the Gophers. Taylor from 3 yards deep in the end zone hits a sidewinding line drive that hits at midfield, backs up and is down by Cooper DeJean at the 45-yard line of Minnesota. So the Gophers have essentially half a field to work with. Timeout on the field. The Hawkeyes and Minnesota tied at 10. Big stop by the Minnesota defense. And now the Hawkeye defense got to be a little bit leg weary. Will trot back onto the field and try and get another stop. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud and Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
A nail biter at Huntington Bank Stadium. The battle for Floyd of Rosedale, Minnesota. Hasn't hugged or kissed Floyd in 8 years. 2014 was the last time Minnesota won in this series. Hawks have won 7 in a row and 9 of the last 10, and trying desperately to find a way to get this thing done. But Mo Ibrahim is as good as he's been. 243 yards on 37 carries. Minnesota's got 10 points. They're 2 for 4 in the red zone today. Missed a field goal, and then Ibrahim's fumble gave the ball back briefly to Iowa, but the Gopher defense, a 3 and out on the Hawks. 3 incomplete passes by Petrus, and now Minnesota has the ball back after a 46-yard Torrey Taylor punt. They've got the ball back just beyond midfield. That Iowa defense being asked again to turn the tide. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spahn & Rose like GAF Roofing. Use the Spahn & Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spahn & Rose locations, you can focus on life's other important things. Spahn & Rose, buy easier, build better. Go Hawks.
I'd be careful about that blind quarterback bootleg again.
Hawks are so zeroed in on Ibrahim. I'm with you. And here comes the sweep to the right side, and here goes Ibrahim, dragged down from behind at the Iowa 35-20 on first down. Again, running either right or left, and then he cuts it back. By then, that big Hog offensive line has cleared things out, at least for the initial hole that he runs through, and he does the rest.
Yeah, I've just not seen an offensive line in sync like we're looking at today. It's
Brockington splits wide to the right, twin receivers to the left, 19 yards for Ibrahim. This offense has been challenged now to take it down and score. Here's a draw handoff again to Ibrahim, and he's dropped as he got to the line of scrimmage, fell forward for a yard. That's Logan Lee and Y.A. Black combined on the stop. Ibrahim's going to come out. He's trotting awfully slow. What a workhorse.
Yeah, I mean, that was 37. I think that was the 37th.
38.
38.
39, excuse 39. Me. It was 37 starting this series. So Trey Potts, who's carried 4 times for 11 yards, will spell him for at least one play. And here's a handoff to Potts, sweeping right, thrown back, maybe a yard gain to the Iowa 33, where it'll be third down and a long 7. Now Bryce Williams, 215-pound senior from Savannah, Georgia, comes into the game at tailback. Daniel Jackson and Brockington, the go-to receiver, split right and left. Minnesota wants to go in a hurry here. Iowa defense very patient. Here's the snap. He's going to throw the ball. Fires and incomplete. Knocked away. Intercepted. Deflected and intercepted by Iowa. Jack Campbell is running down the sideline. Cuts back to the middle. He's going to score a touchdown. Jack Campbell. Touchdown Iowa.
Now it's going to be out of bounds on the 45.
Oh, they're going to bring it back. Yep. I see the field judge down there with his toe on the 45-yard line. And another injured Gopher down on the field. I'm not laughing at the injury, but what can this Iowa defense do that they haven't accomplished this season?
I can't tell you now. Looking at the replay, I'm not sure he really stepped out of bounds. Well, you had your glasses on.
I had it right on his feet, too. And once I picked up the number, Jack Campbell, Brockington is the injured Gopher, and I'm sure we're going to see the replay on this a couple times. And let's see. The ball was incomplete, but deflected off a Hawkeye and a Gopher. And we're looking at Jack Campbell's return, and I haven't seen him step out of bounds yet. No, he did not. He did not step out of bounds, Ed.
So what do you do in this case? Can you?
Well, they have to review it, don't they?
Well, but then the play can continue. I guess it did continue.
It would be a touchdown. Yeah. Riley Moss, in single coverage, knocked the ball away from Brockington, who was the injured Gopher. And now we're going to look at Campbell as he approaches the 45-yard line. Yeah, there's it's right on, but there's green to the right of his shoe. The turf gave way, but he was still standing on green.
Yeah.
Don't you agree or not?
I agree.
I mean, you're the professional here.
Well, I don't want to be any one of those officials down there.
Well, the play's going to stand. I mean, Jack Campbell's our star of the game, hands down, for what this defense has done today. And and he ran to the end zone. That would have been about a 70-yard return. Well, come on, Hawkeye offense. 1st and 10 at the Minnesota 45. And Spencer Petras up under center. LaShawn Williams, the tailback. Play fake. Petras over the middle. Has a man caught at the 20. Still going. 15. Is that Luke Lachey? It is. Luke Lachey looking very Sam Laporta-like.
What a great throw that was. He just looped it over. He had to throw it over the linebackers in front of the safeties. Terrific throw.
33 yards. Lachey running down the middle of the field on the play fake, and Petras put it right on his belly button. Now the clock's running with 1:43 left to go in regulation. Minnesota has turned it over on back-to-back possessions. A fumble by Ibrahim, and then a deflected pass started by Riley Moss, picked off by Jack Campbell. What a presence of mind, Campbell. They're in the red zone, the Case IH red zone. Hawks are going to run a stutter step move by LaShawn Williams, and they're clawing at that football. He gets to the 10 with 1:18 to go.
And that'll be a Minnesota timeout.
Minnesota calls timeout.
First of the half.
Minnesota will have 1 timeout remaining as Iowa looks at second down and about 8. They can get a first down at the 3, but I'd sure accept a touchdown.
Oh, well, you mean a field goal?
No, a touchdown.
Touchdown, okay.
A touchdown.
All righty. I like it when you get greedy because it normally happens.
Well, we called the turnover.
Oh, I know.
Hexed him there. Hey, as a full-service Yamaha golf car distributor, Harris Golf Cars of Iowa has one of the largest inventories of new and used golf cars and utility vehicles in the Midwest. Be a great Christmas present. Harris Golf Cars offers the best variety of sales and service with a huge parts inventory and service for all brands. Harris Golf Cars located in Iowa, throughout Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska.
And here we go.
The ball right at the 10-yard line. Second down, let's call it 7. But the Hawks are thinking 6. Petras under center. Logan Jones. Hawks with 2 tight ends. They're going to run straight ahead. LaShawn Williams hops through a hole, stumbles to the 3-yard line. And the Hawks will have 1st and goal, I think. It's going to come down to the spot. Now, maybe his knee touched just before the first down marker. Yeah, 3rd down and less than a yard.
And Minnesota used their last timeout.
What a hole opened up at right guard and center. Hole. Absolutely. Tell you what, Nick DeYoung from Pella has really come on. Look at that block 56 throws.
Really good job of double teaming and then sliding off and getting onto the linebacker.
Minnesota's out of timeouts. Iowa has 3rd and less than a yard at the Gopher, just outside the Gopher 3. What a game. I mean, what a physical battle. Iowa's passing game. Minnesota's great running back, Mo Ibrahim.
And you know the tip, Riley Moss on the tipping that ball that was intercepted. He was right where he needed to be in coverage, and when he tipped it, Jack Campbell was right there to catch it.
What a game Luke Lachey's had. 5 catches, 77 yards for the young man from Columbus. So the Hawks need about a foot and a half for a first down. Minnesota's out of timeouts. 1:12 to play. 10-10 football game. And here we go. They hand off to LaShawn Williams, and he's going to be stopped shy.
Man.
Of the first down marker. Minnesota just ganged up on him. Spencer Petras is chasing a Gopher down the field. Now they hear the whistles. And that's Marin Soriano.
The runner is down. 4th down.
Marin came out of there with the football. Hawks just could not get a push off that left side, Ed. He actually lost yardage. And so Iowa will attempt the field goal. The clock will continue to run. 35 seconds left to go. 35 seconds remaining. Now they stop the clock, or they stop.
I think they're going to review that play.
Well, the whistle blew, though. They blew him down at the 3-yard line.
Well, that's the only reason why they would be all getting together.
Well, I think they're going to check the clock.
Okay.
Well, we'll just wait and see. There's no sense in speculating. There's a referee, Sapinski.
The ruling on the field was the runner was down prior to the ball being fumbled. That plays under further review.
Well, Kirk Ferentz, they just explained to Kirk. They explained to Kirk. I thought that initially the official said the runner was blown down.
Well, and that would be it would have to be forward motion had been whistled, which is not a reviewable deal.
Well, apparently then there's a disagreement as to whether or not it should be reviewed. So we'll check the replay out in just a second. All plays under review, by the way, are sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. And it all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Minnesota is out of timeouts. Iowa has the ball at the Gopher 3. Right there, his knee is down. We're looking at the replay. LaShawn Williams' knee is down. And Mariano Marin comes out of the pile with the football.
I don't see that his knee was down. Looks like he was laying on top of players. And it looked like it'd have to be, though, his forward progress was stopped, but that is not reviewable.
Well, they'll sort it out. Iowa 10, Minnesota 10. Minnesota's turned the ball over on back-to-back possessions to give Iowa this chance to win the game in regulation. Now, bear with us. We're looking at another replay from the end zone.
His elbow's down.
Yeah, his elbow's down. I mean, that's... I tell you, sometimes these guys up in the booth up here, well, not sometimes, they always grate on me. So the official, at least to us, it appears he got the call right. Rob Brooks is down on the Hawkeye sideline. What'd you see, Rob?
Yeah, Dolph, I saw the exact same thing. It was down by contact, and of course Minnesota came out with the football after the whistle had blown the play dead. The strange they took so long to go review it, which I think was part of the argument Kirk Ferentz had. The officials were getting together on the 12-yard line, then finally got the call to go take a look.
Robbie's updates brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Let's take a 10-second ID break here. 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football.
For the review, the ruling on the field stands is called the runner was down, fourth down.
Whoa, that took a long time, didn't it, Dolph? What did it take, 5 minutes?
No. Well, by the time they huddled up at every yard line down inside the 10 and then decided to review it, it took about 5 minutes. I think, too, Ed, what they're doing is they're checking the clock to make sure it's accurate. It shows 31 seconds. But what is left on the snap clock? That's what I'm looking for.
25, it says over here at Dolphins end zone.
Well, that clock was running a long time without the 25-second clock being, because they've got to start the clock here so the Hawks can wind it down. Now, why aren't they starting the clock? Okay, they're winding it now, so there's no hurry, Drew. Now whistles.
Well, we must call.
I think Kirk called timeout, but I think he's asking
why the
timeout. Iowa. They're first of the half.
Why is Iowa?
30-second timeout.
Why is Iowa rushing the field goal? I mean, with 25 seconds on the snap clock, 31 on the game clock. Now, I'm sure there's some strategy to this, but why give them any more time than necessary?
Unless Kirk was saying that there should have been time run down off of the clock. There shouldn't be 25 seconds because it took so long for the officials to finally stop the clock.
But they did stop play, so everything resets except the game clock with 31 seconds. Now they're huddling up and talking about it again. It's been one of those years, isn't it? My goodness.
Well, at least it's not a night game, even though it is night now.
Final score, Ohio State leads Maryland 33-30 with 1:58 to go, and that's out at Maryland. Boy, this has been some kind of day. Penn State roughed up Rutgers 55-10. Michigan edged Illinois on a last-second field goal. Hawks are trying to do the same. Wisconsin clipped Nebraska 15-14, and Indiana in overtime beat Michigan State 39-31. So I'm sure Coach Ferentz is saying, let's run the clock down before we kick the field goal. Drew Stevens has got 1 field goal today. He's 14 of 6.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 31 seconds. 31 seconds.
The wind is wearing out Sierpinski's microphone. So out of the hole to Torrey Taylor, and Luke Elkins snap. The Hawks shoot for the lead. Here's the snap. The kick is up and right through. The Hawks regain the lead at 13-10. 13-10.
28 seconds.
13-10 Iowa with 28 seconds to go in the game.
And Minnesota has no timeouts.
Yeah,
so,
but I'm missing something on why that snap clock, why they didn't huddle up, let the snap clock take off, let the game clock wind down. There's about a 6-second difference, but there's got to be reasoning behind that.
Well, and I'm sure it's a mechanics thing that the field goal kicker is used to kicking, that the center goes down and they go 1, 2, 3. You know, kickers are a little finicky.
Yeah, but they're never looking at the clock.
Well, but I mean, they're looking at whether the ball's coming back to them.
I got you there.
You know.
Well, we'll ask Kirk about that on the postgame show. I'm missing something, but Minnesota has 28 seconds, and when number 24 is out there, it doesn't take him long to run the other way. But Minnesota's going to have to put the ball up. That was a 5-play, 42-yard drive after the Campbell interception, the deflection, the tip by Riley Moss on a great play by the All-American corner and the All-American linebacker.
Yep.
Hawks used 1:38, drove it down to the 3. Big pass play to Luke Lachey, and a 21-yard field goal by Drew Stevens has Iowa in front 13-10.
And the ball blew off the tee, so you've got a little more drama here, Dolph. And you got to squib kick this. There's no way this ball gets more than 2 feet off the ground.
And the wind is still howling, listeners, along the Hawkeye Radio Network. So you never say never if you're Minnesota, but let's see what Stevens does with this one. They have double safety back in Quentin Redding. He's their primary ball returner, and this one is a short kick that's downed.
Now goes through the end zone.
Touchback, excuse me.
It's getting dark out there. No, I'm telling you. They took the stripes off the football. Remember that?
Yeah, you did. We were talking about that last week, weren't we? So it's a touchback as Drew sends it through the end zone. The ball comes out to the 25. 28 seconds remaining in the game. And Floyd Rosedale is perspiring heavily here in Minneapolis, trying to get back on that Iowa equipment truck.
Now, what's this all about?
The center, well, they're resetting the snap clock to 25.
Oh.
And now we're ready to go. So Kaliakmanis back to pass. He's being rushed. Boy, it looked like a hold. Pass is incomplete. Lucas Van Ness was bear hugged.
Well, they haven't had a penalty yet today. It's not going to happen now.
Bryce Williams, the tailback, slid out of the backfield, and Caliac-Manis took a long look downfield and rolled right, and that's when Lucas Van Ness had his jersey wrinkled. Second down, 10 at the 25. 23 seconds remaining in the game. Iowa leading 13-10. The Iowa fans here, let's go Hawks, are yelling and screaming, let's go Hawks. Back to pass. Caliac-Manis. Now he's going to run. He steps up in the pocket and gets out of bounds at the 35-yard line. And that took, 7 seconds? Yeah, 16 seconds left in regulation for the Gophers.
And they're marking him short, Dolph, by about a half a yard. It's going to be third down.
Good submarine tackle there or an attempted tackle by Riley Moss, got him out of bounds. Clock stops 16 seconds, so they got to get the first down. Third down and 1. And it's 4-down territory, obviously. But they have no timeouts left. So you would think this would be a pass, too. It is. Caliac-Manis. Hawks squeeze him out of the pocket. He throws downfield, incomplete. Out of bounds, well out of bounds. Kayvon Merriweather was there and ready to lower the boom on the tight end. Brevin spanned forward. Minnesota's down to 8 seconds. And it's fourth down and less than a yard. So they got no choice but to throw the ball to the sideline and live for one more play. Hawks are rushing forward, even though they're not getting to Caliac-Manis. They are putting a lot of pressure on him.
Running him out of the pocket.
So here he is, fourth down and 1. 8 seconds to go. Iowa 13, Minnesota 10. Caliac-Manis airs it out up the sideline, and it is incomplete, out of bounds. The ball was thrown well out of bounds. Cooper DeJean was there. The Hawks take over, and Iowa is going to get back on the truck with Floyd. That beautiful bronze pig is headed back to Iowa City. 13-10, Iowa survives, and they head for the exits here at Huntington Bank Stadium. 8 straight wins by Iowa. They found another way to get it done today, and that Iowa defense was right in the middle.
Unbelievable to the defense to cause those 2 turnovers so late in the game. My goodness, that just can't say enough. All right, here we go.
Victory formation for Spencer Petras. Takes a knee. Iowa wins 13-10 over the Golden Gophers as Kirk Ferentz and P.J. Fleck shake hands and hug each other at the midfield stripe, and the players race to the other end, the north end zone, to cuddle with the Porker.
Well, there's not many of them racing because they're so tired.
Most of them are defensive players.
There's a few seniors going down there to get him. The rest of them are getting ready to go to the warmth of that locker room.
Well, let's hope Sam Laporta is okay for next week at Nebraska. But here's the bottom line, Hawk fans. Iowa wins Friday. Get your hotel reservations for Indianapolis and the Big Ten Championship. The U.S. Cellular postgame show is next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
The Hawkeyes play here. Iowa, touchdown! How about that play call? This is Iowa football from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show.
Just a second, Dolph, come on. Dolph ran down to help carry
I'm out of breath.
Floyd off the field. How'd you get back up here so quick?
I sprinted up the steps. I sprinted down there during the billboard, and I got my hand on. I curled his tail. As you always say. He said he doesn't need any help curling his tail. He's so delighted and happy. And Floyd, I gave him a big kiss right on the snout. And Jack Campbell looked at me like, "What are you doing?" I got to run back up. Post-game show.
And said, you're the player of the game.
Yeah.
Too,
By the way, join us on the headset, would you? And, everybody's all smiles down there. Boy, it's fun to win a game like this and survive the rushing onslaught of Mo Ibrahim, who ran for 263 yards on 39 attempts today in a game. Eddie, and we had just mentioned neither team had turned the ball over today. Both were +5 on the year. This was a game set up to go to overtime. And then the Gophers put that long drive together from their own 3 to the Iowa 10. And of all people, Mo Ibrahim coughed it up. And he was hit. He was drilled hard by Jack Campbell. Came up, I believe it was Campbell or I'm trying to remember who got the hit.
I think Campbell
got the hit, and Deontay Craig.
Yeah.
For the second straight week, Deontay Craig comes up with a big turnover. Block punt last week, fumble recovery here. And then Campbell comes up with the deflected interception. But you still had the sense we were going to go to overtime because neither offense could solve the other's defense. But we didn't anticipate back-to-back turnovers by Minnesota on those last 2 possessions.
Yeah, and, when you think that they went from their own 3-yard line without a pass, 16 plays, and that's against one of the best run defenses in the country. Now, and I've got to say that Minnesota offensive line is as good as I've seen this year. If they had any kind of passing game to go with that running game, they'd be something.
And, of course, Tanner Morgan was not in today for a second straight week with an assortment of injuries. And injuries are a part of the game of football. As hard as they hit, the Hawks lose Sam Laporta and Monty Pottebaum in the first half and still found a way to get it done and win the football game despite Minnesota having it for the ball for 11 more minutes. And 400 total yards, 280 for the Hawkeyes. Of the 399 yards for the Gophers, 312 on the ground. Just an incredible rushing performance by Ibrahim. The Hawkeyes, though, and Spencer Petras threw for 221. And that big hit down the seam route, the post route run by Lachey that set up the Drew Stevens field goal at the end was a thing of beauty.
Yes, it was, and what a great throw, because it had to be looped over the linebackers in between the safeties with the wind blowing at the back, and it was just thrown perfectly. And Lachey, who's really turned into a heck of a receiver here in the last half of this season, he's going to be fun to watch over the next couple of years.
Drew Stevens with a couple of field goals. The first one put Iowa up 10-0 late in the first quarter. Minnesota scratched back in the second period with the wind and tied the game at 10. A field goal by Trickett midway through the Ibrahim's second period rushing touchdown made it 10-7. Iowa led 10-7 at the half. Trickett's field goal midway through the third quarter tied it at 10, and Stevens' 21-yard field goal with 28 seconds to go in the game provided the measure of difference. Iowa wins it 13-10. We're back to take it all apart next on the Hawkeye postgame report, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Hawks win by 3, and they're 5-3, and tied for first with Purdue in the Big Ten West Division. Oh, by the way, the Hawks own the tiebreaker.
That is correct.
With the Boilermakers and Nebraska coming down to Iowa City, coming over to Iowa City for a special Black Friday game next week. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McGloin, and Ben Hartside. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Hawkeye football all season long.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Iowa!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show.
What a day here. What a day around the Big Ten. Lots of close games. The Hawks prevail. Floyd is headed back to the warmer climes of Iowa City in the trophy case. You know, he hasn't been off that trophy stand in 8 going on 9 years now. I mean, we go in our Friday visit with Kirk Ferentz. We always stop and talk to Floyd.
Yeah, remember they had Floyd turned the wrong way last year, and we had before we left the facility, Kirk had sent somebody down there so they could see the tail.
We told Coach Ferentz about it. I said, why are we staring at the hind end of Floyd when we walk up the steps? He goes, what? And I got corrected in a hurry. Well, everything went in the right direction today in the end, especially Drew Stevens' field goals. We'll talk about as we race through our U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connection all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone free. Any phone free with U.S. Cellular. Hawks got to the Case IH red zone 3 times today and batted perfect 1,000, 3 for 3. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. In the first quarter, Iowa used 5 plays to go 59 yards on their first possession. Used up the opening 6 minutes, and a 38-yard field goal by Stevens made the score 3-0. Actually, Minnesota had the first possession of the afternoon, but the Hawkeyes on their first possession used 2.5 minutes to go those 59 yards. The Hawks were on the board first at 3-0. Late in that first quarter, the Hawkeyes put together a 12-play, 66-yard drive that used almost 6.5 minutes. Spencer Petras finished it off on a 1-yard run, and the point after by Stevens that put Iowa in front 10-0 with 42 seconds remaining in the first half. Or excuse me, the first quarter. Now that 66-yard drive was spiced by a long completion. Spencer Petras to Sam Laporta would be Sam's longest catch of the day. He caught 4 on the afternoon, 58 yards down the middle. Then he cut it to the outside, and in fact, that was the first play from scrimmage for Iowa. Wasn't on that drive, and the Hawkeyes led it 10-0 as Petras finished the drive off with a quarterback sneak, his second rushing touchdown of the season. Iowa led 10-0 after the first quarter. Minnesota added a touchdown in the second period. It was 10-7 Iowa at the half. In the fourth quarter, of course, the game-winning drive after the interception by Jack Campbell on a ball tipped by Riley Moss on a sideline route run by Minnesota. Great plays at both ends. Riley Moss and Jack Campbell. What focus. He picked it off, raced down the sideline, just across midfield. From there, Iowa took it inside the 5. The big play there, Luke Lachey catch of 21 yards. 33 yards that gave Iowa first and goal inside the 10. The Hawks couldn't punch it in the end zone, but they did settle for Drew Stevens' field goal with 28 seconds to go in the game. That culminated a 5-play, 42-yard drive, and Iowa led 13-10, and Minnesota could not move beyond midfield after that or get across midfield. They were going into a stiff breeze anyway. A field goal would have been next to impossible. But the big turning point, back-to-back turnovers by the Gophers on their final 2 possessions. Mo Ibrahim, of all people, fumbles inside the 10 after Minnesota had driven it from their own 3 to the Hawkeye 9 before coughing the ball up. Just an incredible drive by Minnesota. Backfires in the end. And the Hawkeyes couldn't do anything with that drive, so they punted away at midfield, and then that's when the interception occurred, thanks to Riley Moss and Jack Campbell. From there, they work it into position for Drew Stevens, and the Hawks get the win 13-10. That's our Case IH Red Zone recap. Time for our Iowa pork lineman of the game. Oh, we love our pig farmers, especially when we're playing for Floyd. Our pork lineman of the game is sponsored by Iowa's pig farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. We're going to go with John Wagner, the big veteran senior from Des Moines. 6 tackles, 4 of those solo. He sure held his ground at defensive end and logging all those minutes and plays today.
Yep, and also he's got to set the edge to make sure that nobody can get outside of him with the ball. So to set the edge and make the tackle, that's a big day.
So John Wagner, our Iowa pork lineman of the game, courtesy of Iowa's Pig Farmers. I'm told we've got Jack Campbell in the Hawkeye locker room ready to talk to us. Jack's brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Our best in the game interview is Jack Campbell, courtesy of Old Dominion. Jack had 10 tackles, 6 solo, a quarterback hit, a forced fumble, and, of course, the icing on the cake was his focus on picking that ball off in midair, tipped by Riley Moss on great coverage, and then tiptoed down the sideline. I'm telling you, I looked at the replay 3 times. I don't think you stepped on the chalk, Jack.
I agree, man, but you know what? They call it how they want to call it, and we're just going to keep fighting. So
I'll tell you what happened. The green turf, that big right foot stepped right on close to the sideline, and you can see the turf just kind of shake to the outside, but your foot never crossed the sideline. But all's well that ends well.
Exactly.
Great return, showing your athleticism. Now, Ed and I have an interesting question. What do you do, your conditioning, to play as many snaps as you did today?
Yep.
What's unique about your conditioning program day in, day out?
Well, I just say it all starts back in January when I get back on campus after I finish the season. And just the approach that I try to take in to every single conditioning session from January till now. This isn't just I woke up in that condition. Like, it's been over time, doing the little things right outside the building. But ultimately, the only reason that I keep going the way I keep going is just for my teammates. They always have my back, so I'm always going to have their back. And that's why I give all that effort. And also, the Lord just blessed me with so many unique talents and abilities, so why not use them to the best of my ability? So.
Well, when you play special teams too, and that means that you're out there a lot of plays in the game and still be able to excel that way. I'm glad you can explain it to us. But, you did a little more blitzing today too when we came out in the second half, huh?
A little bit. We were just trying to mainly get down, try to help our defensive linemen out, get them on solo blocks. I was just trying to be aggressive towards the line of scrimmage, and then when the opportunity presented myself, I'd add in. But at times it didn't look pretty, but man, we kept fighting, and that's what Hawkeye football is about, honestly. So we're just going to get back into it, get ready for the next game. Short week, turn the page. I'm going to celebrate with my teammates right after this, but once I hop back on that bus, say hi to my dad and my little brother and stepmom and my aunts, and then once I get back on that bus, it's all Nebraska. So. And
say hi to Grandpa up in heaven, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
I know that's a regular.
Yeah, for sure, and then Grandma back at home.
There you go.
She is probably so happy right now.
You held a high-scoring Minnesota team averaging 31 points a game to 10, and that's in and of itself is a fantastic effort by the defense. Tell us about, and our listeners, about Mo Ibrahim. I mean, he had a phenomenal day today. Now, they feed him that hay a lot during the game. He had 39 carries today for 263 yards. What makes him so unique, Jack?
I'd just say his ability to see the whole field. Some of those big, long runs, I feel like they were designed to come back to the field, but he just brought them back into the boundary. And just his cutting ability to get off that shelf. And get downhill, almost falling forward for about 2 to 3 yards. But, man, as a defensive unit, man, what an opportunity we had. Obviously, you don't want to give a guy like that many yards, but we came up when it mattered. I think pretty sure the turnover takeaway margin was 2-0, if I'm correct. And all those things matter and add up. So you just keep fighting. So.
Well, I told Dolph and our listeners during the game that I thought this Minnesota line was as good as any I've seen this year. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, they're solid. I'll give credit where credit's due. They do a good job moving guys.
You don't give them too much credit.
No, I mean they do a good job. But at the end of the day, it don't matter who we line up against. We're gonna come downhill and play physical. So
yeah, you got more points in the left-hand column. That's all that matters.
Now,
you mentioned Abraham sees the field. so well. I don't know if anybody sees the field defensively better than you do. I mean, your focus on Riley's tip, and you looked it right in, and you were off to the races. Take us through that play.
I just run into the ball. Moss, I mean, he gifted me one up in the air. So it's not even really my play. It's just I was just running the ball, just trying to get in on the hit. But the ball popped up. I grabbed it, started running. I see three big old linemen coming after me. I'm like, all right, I can cut it back because these guys aren't as agile as some other guys. So I cut it back, and then it was all open field. And that was in my opinion, I'll just have it as a touchdown, but it won't ever count as a touchdown.
But we'll send you the tape.
You got good quicks there.
Yeah, we'll send the tape and we'll see what happens.
The tape of Dolph calling it.
Yeah, exactly.
He almost, I thought he was going to jump out of the press box.
He has my back always.
I always got your back, as big as it is. I can't cover it all, but I got your back. And you showed great quicks, head to the end zone. That's your old basketball playing days.
I don't know what it was, but I know.
Well, listen.
I was just running.
You know what's at stake. Nebraska coming to town Friday. You're now tied with Purdue for the West Division title. Own the tiebreaker. One win away from going back to Indy. How's that feel?
Feels awesome. The full focus is on Nebraska, though. They're going to come ready to play. A very talented team, but I'm going to enjoy it for the next 2 hours and then get ready to go. So
thanks, Jack. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Jack Carpenter. Jack Campbell. He was a carpenter there. He sawed the ball out of Ibrahim's grasp inside the 10. How big a play was that? You know, that if that play doesn't happen, we're not talking about an interception at center field. And Campbell took off. He knew where the goal line was. And Jack Campbell, Soup Campbell, to the rescue again today with his defensive mates. Riley Moss is going to join us, also courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Riley with us. Riley?
How's it going?
Hey, congratulations. What a win for the Hawkeyes, huh?
Yeah, we got out of there. That's all that matters. A win's a win.
Win's a win. Now, and nothing prettier than that tip, that punch out to the man we just talked to, Jack Campbell. What'd you see on that play? You had man coverage, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So it wasn't man. He tried to stem me outside, and he ended up coming back in, ran the slant. And I got my hand in there, popped it up, and then Campbell's always running the ball, and it's a good thing he was running the ball to that play, and ended up grabbing the ball and running down the sideline. To be honest with you, I don't know if he stepped out, but we had to play what happened. So great play by Jack Campbell for sure.
Yeah, we talked about his focus. He sees the field, and Ibrahim does too. But between your interception last week, how you focused on that football and then dove underneath it to keep it from hitting the ground, and then the punch out today and man coverage there to Jack for what led to the winning score. Nobody's more focused or sees the field better than you. And if I've heard one coach say it in our pregame visits this year, I've heard them all say it, that Riley Moss and that secondary, Iowa secondary, their eyes are always moving. They see everything. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, that's the part about playing DB is it's all about playing with your eyes first. What you're seeing, because then you can make those big plays. You can make those picks. If it's run or pass, and I think we were struggling with that a little bit earlier on in the game, getting our eyes right, understanding if it was run or pass, because they were cracking our safety, and the corners had to come off, and so we were always trying to protect the pass, but they were kind of gouging us with that run today. So,
well, they can certainly run the ball. I was just telling Jack Campbell, I thought that this offensive line of Minnesota was about as good as anybody I've seen this year, because, boy, there were some big holes carved, and you guys had to come up and make some tackles.
Yeah, that's what the DBs are there for, kind of the security net. So, they were definitely gouging us, and their O-line played a great game, and Mo played a hell of a game as well. So, it was a tough physical game, and that's exactly what we knew was going to happen. So,
well, here comes Nebraska on Friday, day after Thanksgiving. What's at stake now?
Yeah, just go 1-0 this week. That's all we got to do. So.
Good for you, Riley. Thanks for your time, bud. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Take care. Riley Moss, Iowa's All-American corner. He and Campbell pull off the play that led to Iowa's winning field goal from Drew Stevens.
And both Iowa athletes played many sports in high school and stuck around to be Hawkeyes.
Des Moines metro area, stand up and take a bow. That's our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion. We'll talk to Kirk Ferentz next on Iowa's 13-10 escape of the Golden Gophers today. This is Hawkeye football. The seasons are overlapping. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Hawkeye football. Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown! This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
SprayTech Fertilizers asks, are your crops ready for Mother Nature's challenges? Too wet, too dry, weeds, insects, diseases. SprayTech has a full line of Full-Tech products to meet these challenges, like Full-Tech Cube with its application technology of 4 ounces per acre. Cube enhances nutrition, induces flower formation, improves plant health, reduces diseases from fungi and bacteria, and increases yield. It's reassuring to know your crops have a partner against Mother Nature with SprayTech.
Call SprayTech at 515-252-7777 or visit spraytech.com.
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Petrus to throw on first down, sets up the screen. Wide open down the middle of the field is Laporta. He's got a couple blockers. He's at midfield, 45-40, 35-30, 25, and dropped at the 22-yard line on the first play from scrimmage. How about that? That would lead to a Drew Stevens field goal. The Hawks would get the lead and never be headed. Never would they trail. I guess beheaded is not.
They were always ahead.
Yeah, they beheaded the snake. The defense did later in the day. But, yes, the Hawks would never trail in the game. They went up 3-0. It was 10-10 for most of the second half. But Sam Laporta's 58-yard catch and run was a thing of beauty. Great throw by Petrus. That's our run of the game. Yak yards after the catch, right? Courtesy of Sinclair Tractor, you're a great Iowa John Deere dealer. Sinclair Tractor, your premier John Deere dealer, serving southeast Iowa, western Illinois, and northeast Missouri. Stop by and experience how we strive to earn your business every day. Visit SinclairTractor.com. Let's take a look at the stats. We gave you the scoring plays earlier. Iowa led 3-0, then 10-0 by the end of the first quarter after the Petrus quarterback sneak that capped a 66-yard, 12-play drive. Minnesota countered with a touchdown early in the second period. Mo Ibrahim 5-yard rush. That was at the end of a 72-yard, 9-play drive that used over 5 minutes. It was 10-7 after the point after try by Trickett. Trickett's 27-yard field goal midway through the third quarter tied the game at 10 after Minnesota had marched 76 yards in 8 plays. And, of course, the game winner for the Hawkeyes was a half a minute remaining. Prior to that, Riley Moss, whom you just heard from, Jack Campbell, whom you just heard from, hooked up for a deflected pass that Campbell grabbed off the punch-out by Riley Moss. And Jack raced across midfield. The Hawkeyes went downfield in 5 plays, 42 yards. The big play there, catch and run by Luke Lachey, the tight end from Petrus, who put it right on his numbers. Great day for Luke Lachey after Laporta was injured. Luke with 5 catches for 77 yards, and that long of 33 that set up Drew Stevens' 21-yard field goal with a half a minute to play in Iowa made it stand up for a 13-10 victory. Petrus on the day, 15 for 24, 221 yards. He was sacked just one time. Caleb Johnson was Iowa's leading rusher, 8 carries, 43 yards. Luke Lachey, 5 catches for 77 yards, led Iowa's receivers. Laporta actually caught 4 for 95 with a long of 58. You just heard that, our John Deere run of the game after that catch. And that set up Iowa's first score. Brody Breck had 2 early catches that gave the Iowa offense some momentum. Torrey Taylor had another great day, 5 punts, 42.5 yards. And again, the yardage doesn't begin to tell the story about this guy, as between he and Cooper DeJean, they downed several inside the 10 again.
Yeah, and in a game like this, you've got to stretch the field against a ball-hugging team like Minnesota, who's just going to run the ball and keep your defense on the field, so you can't have a short field. You've got to give them as long a field as possible.
For Minnesota, Ethan Kaliakmanis threw the ball 15 times, 7 completions, 1 intercepted. Of course, that was the big one at the end on the deflection by Moss and the grab by Jack Campbell. But for the backup quarterback, filling in for the injured Tanner Morgan, Kaliakmanis, totaled 87 yards through the air. His longest completion was 29 yards. So it was Minnesota's rushing attack against Iowa's balanced offense. Pass heavy today. And in the end, the Hawks survive. Mo Ibrahim, I don't know that he has an equal in the Big Ten, Eddie, after today. And I say that because Minnesota doesn't throw the ball with Tanner Morgan out of the lineup. So every defense knows it's going to be Ibrahim, and he's coming at you. And to your point, I agree. The offensive line might be the best we've seen. That includes Michigan and Ohio State, and I would agree with you on that. The hole's there, but you still got to see it, cut to it, and get downfield.
Yeah, he sees it, and he can see, and I think Jack Campbell said that when you look at him on film and you play against him, is his eyes that would make him different. Because there were a couple plays today where he was going all the way to the right, and he saw to the left side that his tackle was pushing our defensive end in, and he cut it all the way back. And then when he sees the hole, he goes and gets it. He really accelerates.
He is a special football player. 39 carries, 263 net yards, and had Minnesota's only touchdown, a 6.5-yard average. Their leading pass catcher was Daniel Jackson, Lamike Brockington, and tight end Brevin Spanford. They each caught 2 passes. Jackson with 43 yards to lead the Gopher receivers. Mark Crawford punted 3 times for a 40-yard average. Tackle chart, Jack Campbell, one of our stars of the game, our best of the best from Old Dominion. He had 10 with 6 unassisted. Cooper DeJean, 7 tackles, all unassisted, and 7 tackles for Quinn Schulte. Had a terrific game at safety. Seth Benson, always the steady linebacker next to Campbell. He too had 7 tackles as the defense held serve again against a high-powered offense, and the Hawks win at 13-10. Team totals. First downs, Minnesota 17, Iowa 13. Rushing yardage, Minnesota 50 rushes, 312 yards. The Hawks netted 59 yards on 28 rushes. Passing yards, Iowa 221, Minnesota 87. Total offense, Iowa 52 plays for 280 yards. Minnesota 65 plays for just a yard shy of 400. 65 total plays, 399 yards. Time of possession, Minnesota 35 minutes 13 seconds. Iowa 24 minutes and 47 seconds. That defense was heroic again today. Minnesota on third down 7 of 16. The Hawks were 3 of 11. In the red zone, Iowa 3 of 3. Minnesota 2 of 4. And the Hawks, when the smoke clears here at Huntington Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, now sit at 7 wins, 4 defeats, 5-3 in the West Division, tied for first place. Who would have thought that a month ago?
Well, it didn't look like it was going to be like that a month ago, but what a great comeback on the season, huh? And I guess Coach is ready to talk to us.
We have Amos Alonzo Stagg in the locker room. Oh, wait a minute. Kirk Ferentz is with us. But with the victory today, Kirk Ferentz now has tied Amos Alonzo Stagg for third place in career Big Ten victories. And congratulations, first off, Coach. I know it's the players that get it done for you, but you guys put the game plan together, and you got it done today, as difficult as it was against a terrific Minnesota defense.
Yeah, you know, it's really great. First of all, I think he coached into his 90s. I don't plan on doing that. But
well, why not?
Yeah, you know, we'll see.
Okay.
The other thing is, I think back then they played about 4 games a year, so you know, a little bit of difference there too. But
well, you might feel 90 or 92 right now.
There are days where it is like that, I guarantee you. But no, it's just really happy for our players. They did a great job of just, you know, staying resilient and just kept fighting. And there wasn't much easy today, obviously. And, you know, that running back's such a good player.
Oh, man.
And he wore us out. But at least, you know, when it really counted, we had what we needed. Came up with a couple of turnovers at both obviously critical times, and did what we had to do on offense to cash in and, you know, come away with the win. So just really proud of our guys. Just a really resilient group.
We just talked to Jack Campbell and Riley Moss, and Jack was talking about one of Abraham's great advantages is the way he sees the field and knows when to cut back. And, you know, their offensive line was spectacular too, but who sees the field better than Riley Moss and Jack Campbell on defense?
Yeah, those guys do okay also. And, you know, they're, all 3 of those guys are just outstanding players. But, yeah, the way he stands back there, and yeah, he's tough to find, first of all. But he's got great vision, to your point, and then he can stop, start. So on some of those runs where he either cut it back or let the wave go in front of him, and then he'd, you know, knife it in there. Just, you know, it's really impressive, and he's tougher than heck. So, you know, to come back from the injury a year ago says a lot about his heart and his character, and nothing but you know, top respect for him. You think about the back over at Illinois, the back at Michigan, and this guy, and there's other guys too. The kid at Wisconsin's really good. But that was an impressive run, you know, game for him today.
Well, I see he lost 2 yards on one play, and I don't know how that happened. Somehow he gets under everything. I was talking to their color guy before the game, who's, you know, has a lot of records still up here at
Daryl Thompson.
Yep. Oh yeah, remember him? He's pretty good too.
Yeah, and he said that his vision, and then he gets under people. He said he'll run under tackles, but he sure had a heck of a game. But then, so did we have a heck of a punting and coverage game. because if you didn't give them 95 yards to go, they could get out in front pretty quick, couldn't they?
Yeah, those were both really big plays, and credit goes to Torrey and the guys getting down there. I think Cooper had that last stop. So yeah, it's just it's team football, and that's really what's helping us right now. And as you know, Ed, better than anybody, the special teams to perform in this kind of weather, it's not routine. It's tough, and so whether it's Cooper doing a good job fielding the punts, Stevens continues to kick well, and just all those little things that end up being really big things at the end of the day, and nothing bigger than the turnover takeaway margin. We protected the football. And, came up with a couple takeaways. I wasn't sure that was going to happen, but I was kind of hoping it was at some point, and I was starting to get a little concerned about that. But and then, we did something with them, and that's what you got to do.
Kirk, I want to go back to the start of the game. What a wonderful game plan you had. That first play from scrimmage, the post route or the seam route, Laporta. And he broke it to the outside, got all the way downfield for 55 yards, as I remember. Spencer put it right on his numbers, but your aggressiveness early was impressive because you knew they were going to gang up on the run and run blitz a lot, and that they did.
They do, and their safeties are really active. That probably hurt them there in the fourth quarter, but. Yeah, they're really aggressive guys, and they've been playing great defense all season long. So yeah, it's just it was I think a well-planned game, and it seemed like our pass protection was better certainly than a week ago, and that's big. I thought our guys up front competed pretty hard today, so that's really, I think, as key as anything for us is just the growth of the guys up front. Receivers made a couple plays, and Sam is just such a dynamic football player, and Lou Cachet's done a really nice job too. So I'm proud of those guys, and so it's just it's all positive.
What can you tell us about Sam and Monty Pottebaum? They had to leave the game with injuries. I know it's very preliminary, but what can you share with us?
Yeah, I mean, both lower leg injuries, or leg injuries, not lower, but the leg injuries, and not sure the extent. I don't think yeah, you don't want to say anything until we know more tomorrow. Sure. But I think I'm not sure about next week, but we'll see after that. We'll just have to take it a day at a time.
Well, let's get Floyd, get on the bus, and get out of here.
Floyd is with us. He's in the locker room and looks really happy right now.
And we'll make sure he's facing the right way in the trophy case.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know who's in charge of that, but we'll make sure it's done well.
Well, from a month ago, when you were being railed in some circles with a 3-game losing streak against quality competition, to now, and what lies in front of you next Friday. Your train of thought has had to have run the gamut.
Yeah, the reality is we lost to two teams that, legitimately are top 5 teams, and at least they were going into today. I assume they both won, so can't imagine them going down. But they're both, those early October rankings really don't mean anything. But after playing them, it's like, okay, these guys are both good teams, and then we had 2 3-point losses, and nobody's happy about any of those things. But as our guys, we just tried to let them know there's 5 games left, and they scheduled 12 for a reason, just like the game today was 60 minutes, and we played it for, the full extent. So that's what you do. And, the guys have just been great. They've responded. We're finding ways to win, and that's all that counts. And, now we got a challenge here in a short week, but I want the guys to enjoy this one tonight. They certainly have earned that, and we'll get back to work. But I circle back to our leadership of our, not just seniors, but the older guys, the guys with experience. They've done a really nice job of keeping the younger guys focused and not losing hope, and that's where it all starts. It starts in the locker room.
All right, before we let you go, educate the dummy play-by-play guy. Okay, so you got.
I don't think I'm going to be able to, but go ahead and try.
On Stevens' field goal at the end.
Yeah.
So you got a 25-second snap clock. You got 31 seconds left in the game. Why not rush the field goal, but why not let that snap clock and game clock run down?
That was the plan. I don't think any of us planned on a review of the play they reviewed.
Well,
although I'm dumb enough, I was wondering if we, I thought we actually made the first down. So that was not the intent. I guess they were trying to see if it was a live ball. So anyway, long story short, I'd explained to the guy on our sideline, we want to take it down to 1 second, take the timeout. And then, it took forever to get back on the ball.
Sure.
And then, next thing I know is this guy going to, are they going to acknowledge it? Because it didn't look like they were going to, and I was worried about us snapping the ball. So anyway, it was a total cluster, but we survived it. And I'm not going to worry too much about it. If things are going south, I'd be really concerned about it right now.
Yeah, well, and you knew you had that defense ready to take the field again. And maybe it's just my eyesight. It's not what it used to be, but I thought Jack stayed in bounds. So
our guys in the box did too, and apparently the whistle blew, so that couldn't be reviewed. I was pretty sure the whistle blew on the, one down on the end line.
Yeah, so did we.
So, it's another discussion, but
hey.
Then somebody just told me there are no penalties in the game, which is really bizarre too. So
first time since 1986,
wow,
there were no penalties recorded in an FBS game.
Huh. Okay, not one of our games.
No.
Okay.
No. Well,
so I was going to say, enlighten me, because I was here in '86. I don't remember what game it would have been.
First time, I'm reading from the print here. First time since 1986, per the NCAA FBS record book, that there were no penalties recorded in a game.
How about that?
So congratulations, another first under the Kirk Ferentz.
Well, it's tough to pull that flag out when it's 30 below zero.
Yeah, I don't blame you there. And I'll tell you, I'm okay with that too. Like, let's just play.
Yeah.
All right, doesn't have to be about anybody else. Just play.
It's fun to win, and Floyd's back in the. Ed and I were just talking about how lonely it would be to walk into that building and not see Floyd in that case. He's been there for so long.
Yeah, and there were a couple of times today I wondered, Ed, we gave up that one sack, on Petrus in front of our bench. And somebody forgot to, they ran a boundary blitz. And anyway, so that was a little painful. And that gave me a flashback to 11, I think it was, where we had an issue down on the left of our bench. And anyway, so yeah, I don't want to go there.
No, that's all right.
Why ruin a good night?
Mind like a steel trap. Congratulations, Coach.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, see you later. Bye. Kirk Ferentz on today's Iowa victory, 13-10 over the Minnesota Golden Gophers. 7-4, 5-3 at the top of the West Division with Purdue. The Hawks own that tiebreaker. And now if they beat Nebraska, it's on to Indianapolis. Easier said than done, but with that Iowa defense, it's special. 3 o'clock kick, by the way, Friday here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Hawk fans, with tonight's Hawkeye victory, you win. 2 days after a Hawkeye victory, buy a delicious Pothole frozen pizza with quick rewards and get a second one free at any Quick Star location. Pothole Pizza at Quick Star, proud partner of Hawkeye football. There were no sacks today, so the total of $4,200, courtesy of Mershman Seeds, stays as is. And to benefiting the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital, we thank Joe Mershman and his great company, your friend in the field, for seeding the Stead Family Children's Hospital with $150 after every sack. None today, but 28 for the year and $4,200. Thank you, Mershman Seeds. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hawkeye fans, offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud & Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud & Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud & Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I am an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com, member FDIC.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show.
Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak, wrapping up our portion of the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. Right now it's time for the Iowa Corn Drive of the game. And we're going to go with that last poke away by Riley Moss that Jack Campbell intercepted, focused on it, grabbed the ball in midair, ran across midfield. From there, the Hawkeyes, with a big pass play, Petrus to Luke Lachey, set up Drew Stevens' 21-yard field goal with a half a minute to play and provided the measure of difference as the Hawkeyes edge Minnesota 13-10 and keep Floyd of Rosedale in Iowa City for at least another year. That's our Iowa Corn Drive of the game, brought to you by Iowa Corn. We thank the Iowa corn industry for meat, dairy, and eggs that we all enjoy. Not to mention the countless number of other products that can be made from corn. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowансWin. Well, Hawk fans, with every victory, the Hawkeyes climb that lovely bowl destination ladder. Iowa is officially bowl eligible. We'd love you to come celebrate with us. Sign up to automatically receive official bowl travel information at HawkeyeSports.com/Bowl Central. When the game is announced at the end of the season, you'll immediately receive information on game tickets, air travel, and hotel. That's HawkeyeSports.com/Bowl Central. Presented by Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited, Iowa's official bowl tour. Hawkeyes are now 7-4. With one game remaining in the regular season for the West Division title. Nebraska comes to Kinnick on Friday afternoon. We'll be on the air with our pregame coverage at 1 o'clock. The kick at 3 as the Hawks go for the Western Division championship here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Thanks for joining us, at least for Eddie and I. Thank you for joining us up here in the booth. We're going to step out, take another break, then go to a complete scoreboard, courtesy of Learfield. And when we come back here to Minneapolis, Rob Brooks will be in the Hawkeye locker room to take us the rest of the way. He's got interviews, including linebacker Seth Benson, tight end Luke Lachey, who played admirably in absence of the injured Sam Laporta, and we'll hear from Minnesota coach P.J. Fleck, his thoughts on the Hawks win 13-10 over the Gophers. That's all ahead here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. Thanks so much for joining us. The final score again here from Minneapolis, Iowa 13, Minnesota 10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.